The Rider of Ruby Hills, a Louis L'Amour novel in the public domain. Chapter 1. There was a lonely place where the trail ran up to the sky. It turned sharply left on the very point of a lofty promontory, overlooking the long sweep of the valley below. Here the trail offered to the passer-by a vision at this hour. Rosy-tipped peaks and distant purple mountains could be seen, beyond the far reach of the tall grass range. Upon the very lip of the rocky shelf sat a solitary horseman. He was tall on the saddle, astride a strangely marked horse. His head was held high, and his ears were pricked forward with the attention riveted upon the valley, as though in tune with the thoughts of its rider. Thoughts that said there lay a new country, with new dangers, new rewards, and new trails. The rider was a tall man, narrow-hipped and powerful of chest and shoulder. His features were blunt and rugged, so that a watcher might have said, "Here is a man who is not handsome, but a fighter." Yet he was good-looking in his own hard, confident way. He looked now as Cortez might have looked upon the valley in Mexico. He came alone and penniless, but he did not come as one seeking favors. He did not come hunting a job. He came as a conqueror, for Ross Hanley had made his decision. At 27 he was broke. He sat in the middle of all he owned, a splendid Appaloosa gelding, a fine California saddle, a .44 Winchester rifle, and 2 walnut-stocked Colt .44 pistols. These were his all. Behind him was a life that had taken him from the cradle in a covered wagon to the hurricane deck of many a hard-headed bronco. It was a life that had left him rich in experience, but poor in the goods of the world. The experience was the hard-fisted experience of cold winters, dry ranges, and dusty bitterness of cattle drives. He had fought Comanches and rustlers, and hunted buffalo and horse thieves. And now he was going to ride for himself, to fight for himself. His keen dark eyes from under the flat black brim of his hat studied the country below with a speculative glint. His judgment of terrain would have done credit to a general, and in his own way Ross Hanley was a general. His arrival in Ruby Valley country was in its own way an invasion. He was a young man with a purpose. He did not want wealth, but a ranch, a well-watered ranch in good stock country. That his pockets were empty did not worry him, for he had made up his mind. And, as men had discovered before this, Ross Hanley with his mind made up was a force to be reckoned with. Nor was he blindly riding into a strange land. Like a good tactician, he had gathered his information carefully, judged the situation, the terrain, and the enemy before he made his move. This was a new country to him, but he knew the landmarks and personalities. He knew the strength and weaknesses of its rulers, knew the economic factors of their existence, knew stresses and strains within it. He knew that he rode into a valley at war, that blood had been shed, and armed men rode its trails day and night. Into this land he rode, a man alone, determined to have his own from the country, come what may, letting the chips fall where they might. With a movement of his body he turned the gelding down the trail into the pines, a trail where at this late hour it would soon be dark, a trail somber, majestic in its stillness under the column trees. As he moved under the trees he removed his hat and rode away. It was good country where a man could live and grow, and where, if he was lucky, he might have sons to grow tall and straight beside him. This he wanted. He wanted his own hearth fire, the creak of his own pump, the heads of his own horses looking over the gate bars for his hand to feed them. He wanted peace, and for it he came to a land at war. A flicker of light caught his eye, and the faint smell of wood smoke. He turned the gelding toward the fire, and when he was near he swung down. The last sun's rays lay bright through the pines upon this spot. The earth was trampled by hooves, and the fire itself and the ashes were gray, but for one tiny flame that thrust a bright spear upward from the end of a stick. Studying the scene, his eyes held for an instant on one place where the parched grass had been blackened in a perfect ring. His eyes glinted with dark humor. A cinch-ring artist. Dropped there to cool, and she singed the grass. Pretty smooth gent, I'd say. Not slick enough, of course. A smarter man, or a less confident one, would have pulled up that handful of blackened grass and tossed it into the flames. There had been 2 men here, his eyes told him. 2 men and 2 horses. One of the men had been a big man with small feet. The impressions of his feet were deeper, and he'd mounted the largest of the horses. Curious, he studied the scene. This was new country for him, and it behooved a man to know the local customs. He grinned at the thought. If cinch-ring branding was one of the local customs, it was a strange one. In most sections of the country, the activity was frowned upon, to say the least. If an artist caught himself pursuing his calling, he was likely to find himself at the wrong end of a hair rope with nothing under his feet. The procedure was simple enough. One took a cinch ring from his own saddle gear, and holding it, like a couple of sticks, used it when red hot like any other branding iron. A good hand with a cinch ring could easily duplicate any known brand, depending only upon his degree of skill. Ross rolled and lighted the smoke. If he were found on this spot, it would require some explaining, and at the moment he had no intention of explaining anything. So he swung his leg over the saddle and turned the gelding down trail once more. Not 3 miles away lay the cow town known as Soledad. To his right, and about 6 miles away, was an imposing cluster of buildings, shaded beneath a splendid grove of old cottonwoods. Somewhat nearer, and also well shaded, was a smaller ranch. Beyond the rocky ridge that stretched anxiously, like a finger into the lush valley, was Walt Pogue's box end spread. The further ranch belonged to Chalk Reynolds, his RR outfit being easily the biggest in the Ruby Hills country. The nearer ranch belonged to Bob and Sherry Vernon. When thieves fall out, Ross muttered aloud, honest men get their dues. Or that's what they say. Now I'm not laying any claim to being so completely honest, but there's trouble brewing in this valley. And when the battle smoke blows away, Ross Hanley's going to be top dog on one of those ranches. They've got it all down there. They've got the range, money, power. They have gun hands riding for them. But you and me, Rio, we've only got each other. He was a lone wolf on the prowl. Down there they ran in packs, and he would circle the packs, alone. When the moment came, he would close in. There's an old law, Rio, that only the strong survive, he said. And those ranches belonged to men who were strong, and some of them still are. They were strong enough to take them from other men, from smaller men, weaker men. That's the story of Reynolds and Pogue. They rustled cows until they grew big, and now they sit in the housetops and crow. Or they did, until they began fighting one another. Your reasoning, the cool voice was quiet and quite feminine, is logical, but dangerous. I might suggest that when you talk to your horse, you should be sure that his are the only ears. She sat well in the saddle, poised and alert. There's a quick humor at the corner of her mouth, and nothing of coyness or fear in her manner. Every inch of her showed beauty, care, and consideration of appearances that were new to him. But beneath them, there were both fire and steel, and quality. Well, that's good advice, he agreed, measuring her with his eyes. Very good advice. Now that you've looked me over, she suggested coolly, would you like to examine my teeth for age? He grinned, unabashed. No, but now that I've looked you over, I'd say you're pretty much of a woman, the kind that's made for a man. She returned his glance, and then smiled, as if the remark had pleased her. so she changed the subject. "Just which ranch do you plan on being top dog on when the fighting is over?" "I haven't decided yet," he said frankly. "I'm a right choosy sort of man when it comes to horses, ranches, and women." "Yes?" She glanced at the gelding. "I'd say your judges of horses isn't obvious by that one." "Not that he isn't well shaped, and I imagine he could run, but you could do better." "I doubt it." He glanced at her fine, clean-limbed thoroughbred. "I'd bet a little money that he can outrun that beauty of yours from here to Soledad." Her eyes flashed. "Why, you idiot! Flame is the fastest horse in this country. He comes of racing stock." "Oh, I don't doubt it," Hanny agreed. "He's a fine horse. But I'll bet my saddle against $100 that this Appaloosa will kick dust in his face before we get to Soledad." She laughed scornfully, and her head came up. "You're on!" she cried, and her red horse gave a great bound and hit the trail running. That jump gave the bay a start, but Ross knew his gelding. Leaning over, he yelled into the horse's ear as they charged after the bay. "Come on, boy, we've got to beat that bay. We need the money." And Rio, seeming to understand, stretched his legs and ran like a scared rabbit. As they swept into the main road, in full sight of Soledad, the bay was leading by 3 lengths. But despite the miles behind it, the Appaloosa loved to run, and he was running now. The gelding had the blood of Arabians in his veins, and he was used to the offhand cow-camp-style racing. The road took a small jog, but Ross did not swing the gelding around it, but took the desert and mountain-bred horse across the stones and through the mesquite, hitting the road at scarcely a length behind the red horse. Men were gathering in the street, and on the edge of town now were shouting about the racing horses. With half a mile to go, the big red horse was slowing. He was a sprinter, but he'd been living too well with too little running. The gelding was just beginning to run. Neck stretched, Ross leaning far forward to cut the wind resistance and lend a hand centering his weight, the mustang thundered alongside the bay horse, and neck they raced to the town. Then, with the nearest buildings only a short jump ahead, Ross Hanley spoke to the Appaloosa. "Now, Rio, now!" With a lunge, the spotted horse was past and went racing into the street, leading by a length. Ross eased back on the reins and let the horse run down the street abreast of the big red horse. They slowed to a canter and then to a walk. The girl's eyes were wide and angry. "You cheated! You cut across that bend!" Ross chuckled. "You could have, miss, and you got off to a running start. You left me standing still." "I thought you wanted a race," she protested scornfully. "You cheated me." Ross Hanley drew up sharply. His eyes went hard. "I reckon, ma'am," he said, "that you come from a long line of sportsmen. You can forget that bet." The sarcasm in his voice cut like a whip. She opened her mouth to speak, but he'd turned the Appaloosa away, and he was walking back toward the center of town. For an instant she started to follow, and then with a toss of her head, she let him go. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Several men were standing in front of the livery stable when he rode up. They looked at his horse and then at him. "That's a runner you got there, stranger. I reckon Sherry Vernon didn't relish getting beat. She sure sets great store by that flame horse." Hanny swung down and led the horse into the stable, where he rubbed him down and fed him. As he worked, he thought over what he'd just learned. The girl was Sherry Vernon, one of the owners of the Twin V spread, and she'd overheard his meditations on his plans. How seriously she would take them would be something else again. Well, it did not matter. He was planning no subterfuge. He'd come to the Ruby Valley on the prod, and they could find it out now just as well as later. The girl had been beautiful, and that stuck in his mind after he thought of all the rest. It was the feeling that hung over his thinking, with a certain aura that disturbed him. He'd known few women who affected him, and those few had been in New Orleans or Kansas City on his rare trips there. Yet this one touched a chord that answered to none of the others. Suddenly he was conscious of a looming figure beside him. For a moment he continued to work, and then he looked around into a broad, handsome face. The man was smiling. "My name's Pogue," he said, thrusting out a hand. "Walt Pogue. I own the box N. Is that horse for sale?" "No, he's not." "I'd not have figured you'd be willing to sell, but if you get that idea, come and look me up. I'll give you $500 for him." $500? That was a lot of money. In a country full of $10 Mustangs, where a horse was often traded just for a good quart of whiskey. "No," Haney repeated, "he's not for sale." "Looking for a job? I could use a hand." Ross Haney drew erect and looked over the horse's back. He noticed, and thought, it somehow irritated him, that Pogue was even bigger than himself. The rancher was all of 3 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier, and he did not look fat. Gun hand or cow hand? Walt Pogue's eyes hardened a shade, and then he smiled, a grim, knowing smile. "Why, man," he said softly, "that would depend on you. But if you hire on as a warrior, you've got to be good." "I'm good as any you've got." "As good as Bob Streeter or Rep Hansen?" Ross Haney's expression made no change, but within him he felt something tighten up and turn hard and wary. If Pogue had hired Streeter and Hansen, then this was going to be ugly. Both men were just killers. They weren't particular about how they worked or who they worked on. "As good as Streeter or Hansen," Haney shrugged. "Couple of cheap killers, blood hunters. They aren't fighting men." His dark eyes met that searching stare of Walt Pogue again. "Who does Reynolds have?" Pogue's face seemed to lower as he stared back at Haney. "He's got Emmett Chubb." Emmett Chubb? So after all these years. "Well, he won't have 'em long," Haney said, "because I'm going to kill him." Triumph leaped in Pogue's eyes. Swiftly he moved around the horse. "Haney," he said, "that job could get you an even $1,000. I don't take money for killing snakes. You do that job within 3 days, and you'll get $1,000, Pogue said flatly. Ross Hanley pushed past the big man without replying and walked into the street. 3 men sat by the rail at the stable door. Had they heard what was said inside? He doubted it, and yet... Across the street and 3 doors down was the Trail Emporium. For a long moment his eyes held their look at the one light gleaming at the back of the store. It was after hours and the place was closed, but at the back door there might be a chance. Deliberately he stepped into the street and crossed toward the light. Behind him Walt Pogue moved into the doorway and stared after him, his brow furrowed with thought. His eyes went down the lean, powerful figure of the strange rider with a puzzled expression. Who was he? Where had he come from? Why was he here? He wore 2 well-worn, tied-down guns. He had the still, remote face and careful eyes, typical of a man who'd lived much with danger, and typical of so many of the gunfighters of the West. He'd refused or avoided the offer of a job, and yet he seemed well aware of the conditions in the valley. Had Reynolds sent for him? Or Bob Vernon? He'd ridden into town racing with Sherry. Had they met on the trail? Or come from the VV? That Pogue must know at once. If Bob Vernon was hiring gun hands, it would mean trouble, and that he did not want, one thing at a time. Where was he going now? Resisting an instinct to follow Hanny, Pogue turned and walked up the street toward the Bit and Bridle saloon. Hanny walked up to the back door of the store building, hesitated an instant, and then tapped lightly. Footsteps sounded within, and he heard the sound of a gun being drawn from a scabbard. "Who's there?" Hanny spoke softly. "A rider from the Pecos." The door opened at once, and Ross slid through the opening. The man who faced him was round and white-haired, yet the eyes that took in Hanny from heel to head, were not old eyes. They were shrewd, hard, and knowing. "Coffee?" "Sure, and food, if you got some ready." "About to eat myself." The man placed the gun on a sideboard and lifted the coffee pot from the stove. He filled the cup as Ross dropped into a chair. "Who sent you here?" Hanny glanced up and then tipped back in his chair. "Don't get on the prod, old-timer. I'm friendly. When a friend of yours heard that I was heading this way and might need a smart man to give me a word of advice, he told me to look you up. He told me what to say to you, Scott. My days on that trail are over. Well, mine never started. This is a business trip. I'm planning to locate here in the valley." "Locate here?" The older man stared at him. He filled his own cup, and dishing a platter of food and slapping bread on a plate, he sat down. "You came to me for advice. Well, all right, you'll get it. Get on your horse and ride out of here as fast as you can. This is no country for strangers. There have been too many of them around. Things are due to bust wide open, and there'll be a sight of killing before it's over. You're right, of course." "Sure, and after it's over, what's left for a gun hand? You can go on the owl hoot, and that's all. The very man who hired you and paid you a warrior's wage won't want you when the fighting is over. There's revolution coming in this country. If you know the history of revolutions, you'll know that as soon as one is over, the first thing they do is liquidate the revolutionists. You'll ride out of here." Ross Hanley ate in silence. The older man was right. To ride out would be the intelligent, sensible, and safe course, and he had absolutely no intentions of doing it. "Scott, I didn't come here to hire on as a gun hand. In fact, I've already had an offer. I came into this country because I've sized it up, and I know what it's like. This country can use a good man, a strong man, and there's a place for me here, and I mean to take it. Also, I want a good ranch. I aim to settle down, and I plan to get my ranch the same way that Pogue, Reynolds, and the rest of them got theirs." "Force? You mean with a gun?" Scott was incredulous. "Listen, young fella, Pogue has 50 riders on his range, and most of them are ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Reynolds has just as many and maybe more. And you come in here alone? Or are you alone?" The storekeeper bent a piercing gaze on the young man, who just smiled. "I'm alone," Hanny shrugged. "Scott, I've been fighting for existence ever since I was big enough to walk. I've fought to hold other people's cattle. I've fought for other men's homes. I've fought for the lives of other men. I've worked and bled and sweated my heart out in rain and dust and storm, and now I want something for myself. Maybe I came too late. Maybe I'm way off the trail. But it seems to me that when trouble starts, a man might stand on the sidelines, and when the time comes, he might move in. You see, I know how Walt Pogue got his ranch. Vin Carter was a friend of mine until Emmett Chubb killed him. He told me how Pogue forced his old man off his range and took over. Well, I happen to know that none of this range is legally held. It's been preempted, which gives them a claim, of course. Well, I've got a few ideas myself, and I'm moving in. Son," Scott leaned across the table, "listen to me. Pogue's the sort of man who would hire killers by the hundreds if he had to. He did force Carter off his range, and he did take it by force, but he's held it by force. And now he and Chalk are in a battle over who's to keep it, and which one is to come out on top. The Vernons are the joker in the deck. What Reynolds and Pogue want is the Vernon place, because whoever holds it has a grip on this country. But both of them are taking the Vernons too lightly. They have something up their sleeve, or somebody has." "What do you mean?" "There's this Star Levitt, for one. He's no soft touch, that one. And then he's got some riders around here, and I'd say they do more work for him than for the Vernons' bread. And not all of it is honest work by any means." "Levitt is Western man?" "He could be. He probably is. But whoever he is, he knows his way around, and he's one sharp hombre. holds his cards close to his chest, and plays them that way. He's the one you've got to watch for in this deal, not Reynolds or Pogue." Ross Hanley leaned back in his chair and smiled at Scott. "That meal sure tasted good," he acknowledged. "Now comes the rough part. I want to borrow some money, some military funds," he added, grinning. Scott shook his white head. "You sure beat all. You come into this country hunting trouble, all alone, and without money? You've got nerve. I only hope you've got the gun savvy and the brains to back it up." His blue eyes squinted from his leather-brown face, and he smiled. He was beginning to like this Hanny. The tall young man had humor and nerve. The sheer nerve of this project excited and amused the old outlaw. "How much do you want?" $100. "That's all? You won't get far in this country on that." "No, along with it I want some advice." Hanny hitched himself forward and took a piece of paper from his pocket, and then a stub of a pencil. And then, from a leather folder, he took a larger sheet, and he unfolded it carefully. It was a beautifully tanned piece of calf skin, and on it was drawn a map. Carefully, he moved the dishes aside and placed it over the table, facing the older man. "Look that over, and if you see any mistakes, correct me." Scott stared at the map, and then he leaned forward, his eyes indicating his amazed interest. It was a map, drawn to scale and in amazing detail, of the Ruby Hills country. Every line camp, every water hole, every ranch, and every stand of trees was indicated plainly. Distances were marked on straight lines between the various places, and the heights of the land. Lookout points were noted, canyons indicated. Studying the map, Scott could find nothing that it had missed. Slowly, he leaned back in his chair. When he looked up, his expression was halfway between respect and worry. "Son, where did you get that map?" "Get it? I made it. I drew it myself, Scott. For 3 years I've talked to every puncher or other man I've met from this country. And as they told me stuff, I checked it with the others and built this map. You know how Western men are. Most of them are pretty good at description. A man down in the Live Oaks country, who never left it, knows how the sheriff looks in Julesburg, and exactly where the corrals are in Dodge." Hanny took a deep breath, and then he continued his story. "Well, I've been studying this situation for quite a spell. An old buffalo hunter, an occasional trapper, was in this country once, and he told me about it when I was a kid. It struck me as a place I'd like to live, so I planned accordingly. I've learned all I could about it, rode for outfits oftentimes, just because some puncher on the spread had worked over here. Then I ran into Vin Carter. He was born here, he told me all about it, and I got more from him than any of them. While I was riding north with a herd of cattle, Emmett Chubb moved in. He picked a fight with the kid and killed him, and I think Walt Pogue paid him to do it. So it goes further than the fact that I'm range-hungry, but I'll admit that I am. I want my own spread. But Vin rode with me, and we fought in sandstorms and blizzards, together from Texas to Montana and back. So I'm a man on the prod. Before I get through, I'll own me a ranch in this country, a nice ranch with nice buildings, and then I'll get a wife and settle down." Scott's eyes glinted. "It's a big order, son. Gosh, if I was 20 years younger, I'd throw in with you. I sure would. There's no man that I'd want more, Scott. But this is my fight, and I'll make it alone. You can stake me to eating money, if you want, and I'll need some .44 cartridges." The older man nodded his assent. "You can have them and willing. Have you got a plan?" Hanny nodded. "It's already started. I've filed on Thousand Springs." Scott came off his chair, his face astonished. "You what?" "I filed a claim, and I've staked her out and started to prove up." Ross was smiling over his coffee, enjoying Scott's astonishment. "But man, that's sheer suicide. That's right in the middle of Chalk's best range. That water hole is worth a fortune. 12 fortunes. That's what half the fighting is about." "I know it." Hanny was calm. "I knew that before I came up here. That Appaloosa of mine never moved a step until I had my plan of action all staked out. And then I bought the bullhorn." This time astonishment was beyond the storekeeper. "How could you buy it? Government land, ain't it?" "No, that's what they all think, though. Even Vin Carter thought so. But it was part of a Spanish grant. I found that out by checking through some old records. So I hunted up a Mex down in the Big Bend country who owned it. I bought it from him, bought 300 acres, taking in the whole Bullhorn headquarters. Their spread, the water hole, and the cliffs at the back of it. That includes most of the valley where Pogue cuts his meadow hay. Well, I'm forever bushed, if that don't beat all." Scott tapped thoughtfully on his pipe bowl, and then he looked up. "What about hits in spring?" "That's another thing I want to talk to you about. You own it." "I do, eh? How'd you come to think that?" "Met an old sidewinder down in Laredo, named Smite Emmons. He was pretty drunk one night in some greaser's shack, and he told me about how foolish you were to file a claim on that land. Said you could have bought it from the Indians just as cheap." Scott chuckled. "I did. I bought it from the Indians, too. Believe me, son, nobody around here knows that. It would be a death sentence." "Then sell it to me. I'll give you my note for 500 right now." "Your note, hey?" Scott chuckled. "Son, you'd better get killed. It'll be cheaper to bury you than to pay up." He tapped his pipe bowl again. "Tell you what I'll do. I'll take your note for 500 and the fun of watching what happens." Solemnly, Ross Hanley wrote out the note and handed it to Scott. The old man chuckled as he read it. "I hereby agree to pay, on or before the 15th of March, 1877, to Westbrook Scott, the sum of 500 and the fun of watching what happens for the 160 acres of land known as Hits in Spring." "All right, son, sign her up, and I'll get you the deed." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. When Ross had pocketed the 2 papers, the deed from the government to Scott, and deeded over to him, and the skin deed from the Comanches, the old man sat up and reached for the coffee pot. "You know what you've done? You've got a claim on the 3 best sources of water in Rupert Valley. The only 3 that are surefire all year round. What they'll do when they find out? They'll kill you." "They won't find out for a while. I'm not talking until the fight's been taken out of them." "What about your claim at Thousand Springs?" "Buried. Iron stakes and driven deep into the ground. There's sod and grass over top." "What about proving up?" "That too. You know how that spring operates. Actually, it's one great spring back in the mountain, flowing out through the rocky face of the cliff in hundreds of tiny rivulets. Well, atop the mesa, there's a good piece of land that falls into my claim, and back in the woods there's some land I can plow. I've already broken that land, smoothed her out, and put in a crop. I've got a trail to the top of that mesa and a stone house built up there. I'm in business, Scott." Scott looked at him and shook his head, and then he pushed back from the table. In getting up, he went into the store. When he returned, he had several boxes of shells. "In the morning, come in and stock up," he suggested. "You better make you a cache or 2 with an extra gun here and there, and some extra ammunition, maybe a little grub. Be good insurance, and son, you'll need it." "That's good advice. I'll do it. And you keep track of the expense. I'll settle every cent when this is over." With money in his pocket, he walked around the store and crossed the street to the Bit and Bridle. The bartender glanced at him and then put a bottle and a glass in front of him. He was a short man, very thick and fat, but after a glance at the corded forearms, Ross was very doubtful about it all being fat. A couple of lazy-talking cowhands held down the opposite end of the bar, and there was a poker game in progress at a table. Several other men sat around on chairs. They were the usual nondescript crowd of the cow trails. He poured his drink and just as he'd taken it between his thumb and fingers, the batwing doors thrust open, and he heard the click of heels behind him. He neither turned nor looked around. The amber liquid in the glass held his attention. He had never been a drinking man, taking only occasional shots, and he was not going to drink much tonight. The footsteps halted abreast of him, and a quick, clipped voice said in very precise words, "Are you the chap that owns that fast horse? The one with the black forequarters and the white over the loin and hips?" He glanced around, turning his head without moving his body. There was no need to tell him that this was Bob Vernon. He was a tall, clean-limbed young man who was like her in that impetuous lift of his chin, but unlike her in his quick, decisive manner. "There's spots. Egg-shaped black spots over the white," said Hanny. "Is that the one you mean?" "My sister's outside, and she wants to speak with you." "I don't want to speak to her, and you can tell her that." He turned his attention to his drink. What happened then happened so fast it caught him off balance. A hand grasped him by the shoulder and spun him around in a grip of iron, and he was conscious of being surprised at the strength in that slim hand. Bob Vernon was staring at him, his eyes blazing. "I said my sister wants to speak to you. And I said I don't want to speak to her." Ross Hanley's voice was slow-paced and even. "Now take your hand off of me, and don't ever lay a hand on me again." Bob Vernon was a man who'd never backed down for anyone. From the east he'd come into the cow country of Ruby Valley and made a place for himself by energy, decision, and youthful strength. Yet he'd never met a man such as he faced now. As he looked into the hard eyes of the stranger, he felt something turn over deeply inside of him. It was as though he'd parted the brush and looked into the face of a lion. Vernon dropped his hand. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid your manner made me forgetful. My sister can't come into a place like this." The two men measured each other, and the suddenly alert audience in the bit and bridle let their eyes go from Vernon to the stranger. Bob Vernon they knew well enough to know that he was afraid of nothing that walked. They also knew his normal manner was polite to a degree rarely encountered in the West, where manners were inclined to be brusque, friendly, and lacking in formality. Yet there was something else between these two now. As one man, they seemed to sense the same intangible something that had touched Bob Vernon. The batwing doors parted suddenly, and Sherry Vernon stepped into the room. First, Hanny was aware of a shock that such a girl could come into such a place, and second, of a shame that he had been the cause. And then he felt an admiration sweep over him at her courage. Beautiful, in a gray tailored riding habit, her head lifted proudly, she walked up to Ross Hanley. Her face was set, and her eyes were bright. Ross was suddenly conscious that never in all of his life had he looked into eyes so fine, so filled with feeling. "Sir," and her voice could be heard in every corner of the room, "I do not know what your name may be, but I have come to pay you your money. Your horse beat Flame today, and beat him fairly. I regret the way I acted, but it was such a shock to have Flame beaten that I allowed you to get away without being paid. I am very sorry. However," she added quickly, "if you would like to run against Flame again, I'll double the bet." "Thank you, Miss Vernon." He bowed slightly from the hips. "It was only that remark about my horse that made me run him at all. You see, miss, as you no doubt know, horses have feelin's, and I couldn't let you run down my horse to his face that way." Her eyes were on his, and suddenly they crinkled at the corners of her lips, and rippled with a little smile. "Now, if you'll allow me—" He took her arm and escorted her from the room. Inside they heard a sudden burst of applause. He smiled as he offered her his hands for her foot. She stepped into them, and then swung into her position on the horse. "I'm sorry you had to come in there, but your brother was kind of abrupt." "That's quite all right," she replied quickly, almost too quickly. "Now our business is completed." He stepped back and watched them ride away into the darkness of the early evening, and then he turned back to the saloon. He almost ran into a tall, carefully dressed man who'd walked up behind him, a man equally as large as Pogue. Pale blue eyes looked from the handsome, perfectly cut face of City White. He was trim, neat, and precise. Only the guns at his hips looked deadly, with their polished butts and worn holsters. "That," said the tall man, gesturing after Sherry Vernon, "is a staked claim." Ross Hanley was getting angry. Men who were bigger than he was always irritated him anyway. "If you think you can stake a claim on any woman, you've got a lot to learn." He shoved by toward the door, but behind him the voice said, "But that one's staked, you hear me?" Soledad by night was a tiny scattering of lights along the dark river of the street. Music from the tinny piano in the bit and bridle drifted down the street, and with it the lazy voice of someone singing a cow camp song. Ross Hanley turned up the street toward the 2-story frame hotel, his mind unable to free itself from the vision that was Sherry Vernon. For the first time, the wife who was to share that ranch had a face. Until now, there had been in his thoughts but the vague shadow of a personality and a character, but there had been no definite features, nothing that could be recognized. Now, after seeing Sherry, he knew that there could be but one woman in the ranch house that he planned to build. He smiled wryly as he thought of her sharing his life. What would she think of a cowhand, a drifting gun hand? What would she say when it became known that he was Ross Hanley? Not that the name meant very much, for it did not. Only in certain quarters where fighting men gather, he had acquired something of a reputation. The stories about him had drifted across the country, as such stories will, and while he had a little notoriety as a gunfighter, he was known as a hard, capable man who would and could fight. He was keenly aware of his situation in Soledad and the Ruby Hills country. As yet, he was an outsider. They were considering him, and Pogue had already sensed enough of what he was to offer a job, gun or saddle job. When his intentions became known, he would be facing trouble, and plenty of it. When they discovered that he had actually moved in and taken possession of the best water in all the valley, they would have no choice but to buy him out, run him out, or kill him. Or they could move out themselves. And neither Walt Pogue nor Chalk Reynolds was the man for that. In their fight, Ross had no plan to take sides. He was a not too innocent bystander, as far as they were concerned. When Bob and Sherry Vernon were considered, he wasn't too sure. He scowled, realizing suddenly that the sentiment had no place in such dealings as this. Until he saw Sherry Vernon, he'd been a free agent. And now, for better or worse, he was no longer quite so free. He could not now move with such cold indifference to the tides of the war in the Ruby Valley. Now he had an interest, and his strength was lowered just a degree by that interest. He was fully aware of the fact, and it nettled him, even as it amused him, for he was always conscious of himself, and viewed his motives in a certain wry, iconic humor, seeing himself always with much more clarity than others saw him. Yet, despite that, something had been accomplished. He'd staked his claim at Thousand Springs and started his cabin. He'd talked with Scott and won an ally there, for he knew the old man was with him, at least to a point. He'd met and measured Walt Pogue, and he knew that Emmett Chubb was now with Reynolds. That would take some investigation, for from all he had learned, he had been sure that Pogue had hired Chubb to kill Vin Carter. But now Chubb worked for Reynolds. Well, the alliance of such men was tied to a dollar sign, and their loyalty was no longer than their next payday. And there might have been trouble between Pogue and Chubb. That might be the reason that Pogue was no longer so eager to have him killed. He directed his thoughts toward the Vernons. Bob was all man. Whatever Reynolds and Pogue planned for him, he would not take. He would have his own ideas, and he was a fighter. What of the other hands who Scott implied were loyal to Levitt rather than Vernon? These men he must consider too, and must plan carefully for them. For in such an action as he planned, he must be aware of all the conflicting elements in the valley. The big man in the white hat he had placed at once. Carter had mentioned him with uncertainty, for when Carter left the valley, Starr Levitt had just arrived and was an unknown quality. With that instinctive awareness that the widely experienced man has for such things, Ross Hanley knew that he and Starr Levitt were slated to be enemies. They were two men who simply could not be friends, for there was a definite clash of personalities and character that made a physical clash inevitable, and Hanley was fully aware that Starr Levitt was not the soft touch that some might believe. He was a dangerous man, a very dangerous man. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Ross Hanley found the Cattleman's Rest Hotel was a long building with 30 rooms, a large empty lobby, and off to one side a restaurant. Feeling suddenly hungry, he turned to the desk for a room, his eyes straying toward the restaurant door. When Hanley dropped his war bag, a young man standing in the doorway turned and walked to the desk. "Room?" He smiled as he spoke. His face was pleasant. "The best you've got," Ross grinned at him. The clerk grinned back. "Sorry, but they're all equally bad, even if reasonably clean. Take 15 at the end of the hall. You'll be closer to the well." "Pump?" The clerk chuckled. "What do you think this is, New York? It's a rope and bucket well. It's been almost a year since we hauled a dead man out of it. The water should be good by now." "Sure." Ross studied him for a moment. "Where are you from? New York?" "Yes, in Philadelphia, Boston, Richmond, London, and San Francisco. And now, Soledad." "You've been around." Ross rolled a smoke and dropped the sack on the desk for the clerk. "How's the food?" "Good, very good, and the prettiest waitress west of Mississippi." Ross smiled. "Well, if she's like the other girls around here, she's probably a staked claim. I had a big hombre with a white hat tell me tonight that one girl was a staked claim out for him." The clerk looked at him quickly, shrewdly. "Starr Levitt? I guess. If he meant the lady that you had the race with today, I'd say he was doing more hoping than otherwise. Sherry Vernon," and the clerk spoke carefully, "is not an easy claim to stake." Ross pulled the register around, hesitated an instant, and then wrote his name. "Ross Hanley, El Paso." The clerk glanced at it and then looked up. "Glad to meet you, Ross. My name is Alan Kinney." He looked down at the name again. "Ross Hanley. I've heard that name from somewhere. It's funny," he added musingly, "about a name in a town. Ross Hanley from El Paso. Now you might not be from El Paso at all. You might be from Del Rio, or Sanderson, or Uvalde. You might even be from Cheyenne or Fort Summer or White Oaks. What happened to you in El Paso, or wherever you came from? And why did you come here? Men drift without reason sometimes, but usually there's something. Sometimes the law is behind them, or an outlaw ahead of them. Sometimes they just want new horizons, or a change of scene. Sometimes they're hunting for something. You know, you now. I'd say you came to Soledad for a reason that could mean trouble. Let's drink some coffee, Hanny suggested, and see if that waitress is as pretty as you say. Oh, you won't think so, Kinney said, shaking his head. You won't think so at all now. You've seen Sherry Vernon. After her, all women look washed out, until you get over her. I don't plan on it. The two men entered the restaurant and selected a table. Kinney dropped into a chair. That, my friend, is a large order. Miss Vernon usually handles such situations with neatness and dispatch. She's always pleasant, but never familiar. This is different. Ross, seated now, looked up, and suddenly he knew with a queer excitement just what he was going to say, and he said it. I'm going to marry her. Alan Kinney gulped. Have you told her? Does she know that your intentions are honorable? Does she even know you have intentions? He grinned. You know, friend, that's a large order you've laid up for yourself. The waitress came up. She was a slender, very pretty girl with red hair, a few freckles, and a sort of bubbling good humor that was contagious. May, Kinney said, I want you to meet Ross Hanley. He's going to marry Sherry Vernon. At this, Ross felt himself getting red around the ears, and he cursed himself for a thick-headed fool for ever saying such a thing. It may have startled him by the realization that he intended to do just that. What? May said quickly, looking at him. Another one? Hanny glanced up suddenly, and he put his hand over hers and said gently, No, May, the one. Her eyes held his for a moment, and the laughter faded from them. You know, she said seriously, I think you might. She went for their coffee, and Kinney looked at Ross with care. Friend Haney, he said, you've made an impression. I really think the lady believed you. Now, if you can do as well with Miss Vernon, you'll be doing all right. The door opened suddenly from the street, and two men stepped in. Ross glanced up, and his dark eyes held on the two men who stood there. One of the men was a big man, with sloping shoulders, and his eyes caught Haney's and narrowed, as if in sudden recognition. The other man was shorter, thicker, but obviously a hard case. Ross guessed that these men were from the Vernon Ranch, or they could be. Riders, at least, who knew about Ross Hanley, and were more than casually interested. These could be the men who worked for Starr Levitt, and as such they merited study. Yet their type was not unfamiliar to Ross Hanley, nor to any man who rode the borderlands or the wild country. While many a puncher had branded a few mavericks or rustled a few cows when he needed drinking money or wanted a new saddle, there was a certain intangible, yet very real difference that marked those who held to the outlaw trail, and both of these men had that difference. They were men with guns for hire, men who rode for trouble, and for the ready cash that they could get for crooked work. He knew their type. He'd faced such men before, and knew that they recognized him. These men were a type who never fought a battle for anyone but themselves. No sooner were these two seated than May brought them their coffee, and then, without warning, the door pushed open again, and two more men came into the room. Ross glanced around and caught the eye of a short, stocky man who walked with quick, jerky lifts of his knees. He walked now, right over to Hanny. You're Ross Hanley, he said abruptly. I've got a job for you. Start tomorrow morning. 100 a month and found, plenty of horses. I'm Chalk Reynolds, and my place is just out of town in that big clump of cottonwoods. Old place. You won't have trouble finding it. Ross smiled. Sorry, I'm not hunting a job. Reynolds had been turning away, but he whipped back quickly. What do you mean, not looking for a job? At 100 a month? when the range is covered with top hands getting 40? I said, I don't want a job. Ah, the genial light left the older man's face, and his blue eyes hardened and narrowed. So that's it, you've gone to work for Walt Pogue. No, I don't work for Pogue. I don't work for anybody. I'm my own man, Mr. Reynolds. Chalk Reynolds stared at him. Listen, my friend, and listen well. In Ruby Hills today, there are but two factions, those for Reynolds and those against him. If you don't work for me, I'll regard you as an enemy. Hanny shrugged. That's your funeral. From all I hear, you haven't enemies enough without choosing any more. And also, from what I hear, you deserve them. What? Reynolds' eyes blazed. Don't sass me, stranger. The lean, whip-bodied man beside him touched his arm. Let me handle this, Uncle Chalk, he said, gently. Let me talk to this man. Ross shifted his eyes. The younger man had a lantern jaw and unusually long gray eyes. The eyes had a flatness about them that puzzled and warned him. My name is Sidney Burdue. I'm foreman for Mr. Reynolds. He stepped closer to where Hanny sat in his chair, one elbow on the table. Maybe you'd like to tell me why he deserves his enemies? Hanny glanced up at him, his blunt features composed, faintly curious, and his eyes steady and sure. Sure, he said quietly. I'd be glad to. Chalk Reynolds came west from Missouri right after the war with Mexico. For a time, he was located in Santa Fe, but as the wagon train started to come west, he went north and began selling guns to the Indians. Reynolds' face went white and his eyes blazed. That's not true. Hanny's glance cut his words short. Don't make me kill you, Ross said sharply. Every word I say is true. You took part in wagon train raids yourself. I expect you collected your portion of white scalps. And then you got out of there with a good deal of loot and met a man in Julesburg who wanted to come out here. He knew nothing of your crooked background, and Burdue's hand was a streak for his gun, but Hanny had expected it. And when the Reynolds foreman stepped toward him, he'd come beyond Hanny's outstretched feet. And Ross whipped his toe up behind the foreman's knee and jerked hard, just as he shoved with his open hand. Burdue hit the floor with a crash, and his gun went off with a roar, the shot plowing into the ceiling. From the room overhead came an angry shout and the sound of bare feet hitting the floor. Ross moved swiftly. He stepped over and kicked the gun from Burdue's hand, and then swept it up. Get up, Reynolds, and get over there against the wall pronto. White-faced, Reynolds backed to the wall, hatred burning deeply in his eyes. Slowly, Sidney Burdue got to his feet, his eyes clinging to the gun in Ross Handy's hand. Lift your hands, both of you. Now push them higher. Hold it. He stared at the two men. Behind him, the room was silent with curious onlookers. Now, Ross Hanley said coolly, I'm going to finish what I've started. You asked me why you deserve to have enemies. And I started by telling you about the white people you murdered, the guns you sold, and now I'll tell you about the man you met in Julesburg. Reynolds' face was ashen. Forget that, he said. You don't need to talk so much. Burdue is hunting trouble. You forget it. I need a good man. To murder? Like you did to your partner? You made a deal with him, and he came down here and worked hard. He planted those trees. He built that house. And then the three of you went out and stumbled into a band of Indians. And somehow, although wounded, you were the only one who got back. And naturally, the ranch was all yours. Who were those Indians, Chalk? Or was there only one Indian? Only one, who was the last man of 3 riding in single file. You wanted to know why I wouldn't work for you? And why you should have enemies? I've told you. And now I'll tell you something more. I've come to the Ruby Hills to stay. I'm not leaving. Deliberately, he handed the gun back to Burdue. And as he held it out to him, their eyes met and fastened. And it was Sidney Burdue's eyes that shifted first. He took the gun, reversed it, and started it into his holster, and then his hand stopped and his lips drew tight. Ross Hanley was smiling. "Careful, Berdu," he said softly. "I wouldn't try it if I were you." Berdu stared, and then with an oath, he shoved the gun hard into his holster, and turning out the door, he walked rapidly away. Behind him went Chalk Reynolds, his neck and ears red with the bitterness of fury that was throbbing in his veins. Slowly, in a babble of talk, Ross Hanley seated himself again. "May," he called over to the waitress, "my coffee's cold. Bring me another one, will ya?" End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Persons who lived in the town of Soledad were not unaccustomed to sensation, but the calling of Chalk Reynolds and his supposedly gunslick foreman in the Cattleman's Rest Hotel restaurant was a subject that had old maids of both sexes licking their lips with anticipation and excitement. Little had been known of the background of Chalk Reynolds. He was the oldest settler, the owner of the biggest and oldest ranch, and he was a hard character when pushed. Yet now they saw him in a new light, and the story went from mouth to mouth. Not the last to hear it was Walt Pogue, who chuckled and slapped his heavy thigh. "Wouldn't you know it, that old four-flusher, crooked as a dog's hind leg." The next thing that occurred to anyone occurred to him. How did Ross Hanley know? The thought brought Pogue to a handstill. Hanley knew too much. Who was Hanley? And if he knew that, he might... But no, that wouldn't necessarily follow. Still, Ross Hanley would be a good friend to have, or a bad enemy. Not the least of the talk concerned Hanley's confidence, the way he'd stood there and dared Berdu to draw. Overnight, Hanley had become the most talked-about man in the Ruby Hills. When gathering his information about the Ruby Hills country, Ross Hanley had gleaned some other information that was of great interest. That information was what occupied his mind on his second day in Soledad. So far in his meandering around the country, and he'd done more of it than anyone would have believed, he'd had no opportunity to verify this final fragment of information, but now he intended to do it. From what he'd overheard, the country north and west of the mountains was a badlands that was avoided by all. It was a lava country, broken and jagged, and there was much evidence of prehistoric volcanic action. So much so that riding there was a danger always, and walking was the surest way to ruin a pair of boots. Yet at one time, there had been a man who knew the lava beds, and all of that Badlands country that occupied some 300 square miles, stretching north and west across the state line. That man had been Jim Burge. It had been Jim Burge who'd told Charlie Hastings, Reynolds' ill-fated partner, about the Ruby Hills country. It had been Jim Burge who'd first drove a herd of Spanish cattle into the Ruby Hills. But Burge tired of ranching and headed north, leaving his ranch and turning his horses loose. His cattle were already gone, that is, into the Badlands. Burge knew where they were, but the cattle were no use without a market, and there was no market anywhere near. Burge decided that he wanted to move. He wanted quick money, so he left the country, taking only a few of the best horses with him. He'd talked to Charlie Hastings, and Hastings had talked to Chalk Reynolds, but Jim Burge was already gone east into the Texas Panhandle, in a lone hand fight with the Comanches that ended with 4 warriors dead, and with Jim Burge's scalp hanging from the belt of another. But Jim Burge had talked to other people in Santa Fe, and the others did not forget either. One of these men had talked to Ross Hanley, and Ross was a curious man. When he threw his saddle on the Appaloosa, he was planning to satisfy that curiosity. He was going to find out what had become of those cattle. 9 years had passed since Burge left them to shift for themselves, and in 9 years several hundred cattle can do pretty well for themselves. "There's water in those badlands if you know where to look," Burge had told the man in Santa Fe. "And there's grass, but you've got to find it." Knowing range cattle, Ross was not worried about the cattle finding it. And if they could find it, he would find them, unless somebody else already had. So he rode out of Soledad down the main trail, and there were many eyes that followed him out. One pair of these belonged to Sherry Vernon. Already out and on her horse drifting over the range, inspecting her cattle and seeing where they fed, she noted the tall rider on the queerly marked horse, and there was a strange leap in her heart as she watched him heading down the trail. Was he leaving? For always? The thought gave her a pang, even though, remembering the oddly intent look in his eyes and the hard set to his jaw, she knew that he would be back. Of course, she had heard the story of his meeting with Chalk Reynolds and Sidney Bordeaux. Bordeaux had always frightened her, for wherever she turned his eyes were upon her. They gave her a crawling sensation, not at all like the excitement she drew from the quick, amused eyes of Ross Hanley. The Appaloosa was a good mountain horse. And ears pricked forward, he stepped out eagerly. The sights and smells were what he knew best, and he quickened his step. Sure, he was going home. Ross Hanley knew that his action of the previous day was in the center of things whether he liked it or not, and he liked it. From now on, he would have to move fast, and with boldness. Not too definitely, for it would pay to keep them puzzled for a few days longer. Things would break shortly before long between Pogue and Reynolds, especially now that his needling of Reynolds would scare the old man into aggressive action. Chalk was no fool. He would know how fast talk would spread. It might not be long before embarrassing questions might be asked. The only escape from those questions lay in power, and he must put himself beyond questions. Eyes squinted against the glare. Hanny thought about that, trying to calculate just what Reynolds would do. It was up to him to strike, and he would strike, for Hanny knew nothing of men under pressure. The trail he sought showed itself suddenly, just a faint track off to the right of the pinyons, and he took it, letting Rio set his own gait. It was mid-afternoon before Ross reached the edge of the lava beds. The black tumbled masses seemed without trails or any sign of vegetation. He skirted the great black tumbled masses of lava, searching for some evidence of a trail. It was miserably hot, and the sun threw heat back from the blazing rocks until he felt like he was in an oven. When he was in the direct line between the lava beds and Thousand Springs, he rode back up the mountain, halted, and swung down to give his horse a rest. From his saddlebags he took a telescope, a glass that he had bought in New Orleans several years before. Sitting down on a boulder while the Appaloosa cropped casually at the dry grass, he began a systematic, inch-by-inch study of the lava beds. Only the vaguest sort of plan had formed in his mind for the next step. Everything had been worked out carefully to this point, but from now on his actions depended much upon the actions of Pogue and Reynolds. Yet he did have a slight bit of a plan. If the cattle he sought were still in the lava beds, he intended to brand them one by one and shove bunches of them out into the valley. He was going to use that method to make his bid for the valley range. After half an hour of careful study, he got up, thrust the glass in his belt, and rode slowly along the hillside, stopping at intervals to continue his examination of the beds. It was almost dusk when he raised up in the stirrups and pointed the glass toward a tall finger of rock that thrust itself high from the beds. At the base of it was a cow, and it was walking slowly toward the northwest. Try as he might, though, Ross could find no trail into the lava beds. So as dusk drew near, he turned the Appaloosa and started back toward Thousand Springs. He would try again, At least, he knew he was not shooting in the dark. There was at least one cow in that labyrinth of lava, and if there was one, there would certainly be more. The trail he had chosen led him up the mesa at Thousand Springs from a little-known route. He wound around through clumps of pinyon until the flat top was reached. Then he rode along slowly, drinking in this beauty that he had chosen for the site of his home. The purple haze had thickened over the hills and darkened along the trees, and deep shadows gathered in the forested notches of the hills, while the pines yet made a dark fringe against the sky, still red with the last rose of the sinking sun. Below him the mesa broke sharply off and fell for over 100 feet of sheer rock. 30 feet from the bottom of the cliff, the springs trickled up from a fractured rock and covered the rock below with a silver sheen from many small cascades that fell away into the pool below. Beyond the far edge of the pool, fringed with the aspens, the valley fell away in a long sweep of tall grass range, rolling into the dark distance against the mystery of the hills. Ross Hanley sat his horse in a place rarely seen by man, for he was doubtful if anyone in many years had mounted this mesa. That he was not the first man here he knew, for there were Indian relics and remains of stone houses ages old. These seemed to have no connection with any cliff dwellings that he'd seen in the past. The building was more ancient and more massive than on Ancoma, the Sky City. The range below him was the upper end of Ruby Valley, and it was supposedly under the control of Chalk Reynolds. Actually, Reynolds rarely visited the place, nor did his men. It was far away at the end of the range that he claimed, and the water was available for the cattle when they wished to come to it. Yet here on the rim of the mesa, or slightly back from the rim, Hanny had begun to build a ranch house, using the old foundations of the prehistoric builders and many of their stones. The floor itself was intact, and he availed himself of it, sweeping it clean over a wide expanse. He'd paced it off and planned his house accordingly, and he had large ideas. Yet for the moment he was intent only on repairing part of the house to use as his claim shanty. There was water here. It bubbled from the same source of that of Thousand Springs. He knew that his water was the same water. Several times he'd tried dropping sticks or leaves into the pool outside his door, only to find them later in the pool below. From where he sat, he could see with his glass several miles of the trail, and watch all who approached him. The trail up the back way was unknown so far as he could find out. Certainly it indicated no signs of use but that of wild game, and although it had evidently been used in bygone years, it was no longer used now. To the east and south his view was unobstructed, and below him lay all the dark distance of the valley and the range for which he was fighting. To the north the mesa broke off sharply and fell away into a deep canyon with a dry wash at its bottom. The side of the canyon across from him was almost as sheer as this, and at least 1/4 of a mile away. The trail led up from the west through the broken country of tumbled rock, long fingers of lava, and clumps of pinyon giving way to aspen and pine. The top of the mesa was at least 200 acres in extent, and absolutely impossible to reach by any known route but the approach that he used. Returning through the trees to a secluded hollow, Ross swung down and stripped the saddle and bridle from the Appaloosa, and then turned it loose. He rarely hobbled or tied the horse, for Rio would come at a call or a whistle, and never failed to respond at once. But a horse in most cases will not wander far from a campfire, feeding away from it and then slowly feeding back toward it, seeming to like the feeling of comfort as well as any man did. He built his fire of dry wood, and built it with plenty of cover, keeping it small. Even at this height, there was no danger of it being seen and causing wonder. The last thing he wanted now was for any of the people from the valley to find him out, though. After he had eaten, he strolled back to the open ground where the house was taking shape. Part of the ancient rock floor he was keeping for a terrace, from which the whole valley could be seen. For a long time he stood there, looking off into the darkness and enjoying the cool night air, and then he turned and walked back into the deep shadows of the house. He was standing there trying to see it as it would appear when complete, when he heard a low, distant rumble. Suddenly anxious, he listened intently. It seemed to come from within the very rock on which he stood. He waited, listening for the sound to grow, but after a moment it died away to a vague rumble, and then disappeared altogether. Puzzled, he walked around for several minutes, waiting and listening, but there was no further sound. It was a strange thing, and it disturbed him and left him uneasy as he walked back to his camp. Long after he rolled in his blankets, he lay there puzzling it over. He noted, with an odd sense of disquiet, that Rio stayed close to him, much closer than usual. Of course, there could be another reason for that, for there were cougars on the mesa and in the breaks behind it. He'd seen their tracks. There were also elk and deer, and twice he'd seen bear. The country he'd chosen was wildly beautiful, a strange, lost corner of the land, somehow cut off from the valley by the rampart of Thousand Springs Mesa. Ross Hanley awakened suddenly as the sky was growing gray. He found himself sitting bolt upright, and then he heard it again. That low, mounting rumble, far down on the rock beneath him, as though the very spirit of the mountain had been rolling over under him in his sleep. Only here the sound was not so plain. It was fainter, farther away. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. At daybreak, Ross rolled out of his blankets, built a fire, and made coffee. While eating, he puzzled over the strange sound that he'd heard the night before, and again before dawn. The only solution that seemed logical was that it came somehow from the springs. It was obvious that forces of some sort were at work, deep in the rock of the mesa. Obviously, these forces had made no recent change in the contour of the rock itself, and so it must be insufficient for the purpose. Hanny continued with his building, working the morning through. Unlike many cowhands, he had always enjoyed working with his hands, and now he had the pleasure of doing something for himself, and with the feeling that he was building to last. By noon, he had another wall of the heavy stone constructed, and the house was beginning to take shape. He stopped briefly to eat, and slipped on a shirt before sitting down. As he buttoned it up, he saw faint movement far down the Soledad Trail. Going to his saddlebags, he dug out his glass and took up his position in the lookout post among the rocks on the rim. First, making sure the sunlight would not reflect from the glass and give him away, he dropped flat among the rocks and pointed the glass down trail. The rider's face was still indistinct, but there was something vaguely familiar about him. And then, as he drew nearer, Ross saw that it was Sidney Perdue. What was the Reynolds foreman doing here? Of course, this was considered RR range, and he might be checking the grass or the stock. He rode swiftly, however, and paid no attention to anything around him. When he reached the pool below, he swung down, seated himself on a rock, and lighted a cigarette. He was waiting for someone. The sun felt warm and comfortable on Ross's back after the hard work of the morning, and he settled himself comfortably into the warm sand behind the rocks. Thoughtfully, he turned his glass down the trail, but saw no one else, and then he began scanning the country, and after a few minutes, picked up another rider. The man rode a sorrel horse with 3 white stockings, and must have approached through the timber, as he was not in sight until the last minute. He rode swiftly up to the pool and swung down. The two men shook hands, and puzzled, Ross shifted his glass to the other brand. The sorrel carried a VV on his shoulder. A Vernon rider? At what was apparently a secret meeting with the foreman of the RR? The two seated themselves, and Hanny waited, studying them, and then the trail. And now he saw two more horsemen. These were riding up the trail together. One was a big slope-shouldered man, who he'd seen in Soledad, and he rode a box-end horse. The last man rode a gray Mustang with 3 diamonds, the diamonds of Star Levitt on his hip. Here was something of real interest. The 4 brands, 2 of them outwardly at war, and the others on the verge of it, meeting in secret? Hanny cursed his luck that he could not hear what was said, but so far as he could see, Berdu seemed to be laying down the law. And then he saw something else. At first, it was just a vague suggestion of disturbance in the grass and brush near the foot of the cliff. And then he saw a slight figure creeping nearer. His heart leapt as he saw Sherry Vernon crawling nearer. Sherry Vernon! Whatever the meeting of the 4 men meant, it was at least plain that they intended no one to see them or overhear what they had to say. If the girl was seen or heard, she would be in great danger. Sliding back from his lookout point, he hurried in a crouching run toward the house and got his Winchester. By the time he was back, the brief meeting was breaking up. The girl still lay completely still below him, and the men mounted, one by one, and rode away. The last to go was Sidney Berdu. After several minutes had passed, Sherry got to her feet and walked out into the open. She went to the spring and drank, and then stood looking around, obviously in profound thought. Ross debated the possibility of getting his horse, but dismissed it as impossible. It would require a couple of hours at least to ride from here to the spring, although he was within a few hundred feet of it. The girl walked away toward the woods, finally, evidently going for her horse. After some minutes, she rode out of the trees on Flame and started down the trail toward the VV ranch, distant against the far hills. There had been a meeting of the 4 brands, but not of the leaders, and Sherry Vernon had probably overheard what was said. He scowled thoughtfully. The girl had moved with care and skill, and her actions showed that she was no mean woodsman when it came to playing the Indian. None of the 4 below had been a tenderfoot, and yet she'd approached them and listened without giving herself away. Sherry Vernon, he decided, would bear some watching herself. Saddling Rio, Ross rode back through the aspens and down the lonely and dangerous trail to the rim of the Badlands. He still had found no way to enter the lava beds, and if he was to take the next step in his program of conquest, he must find the cattle that were sure to be still roaming among these remote and lost water holes in the lava. The afternoon was well along before he found himself skirting the rim of the canyon that opened near the lava beds. When he reached them, it was already late. There would be little time for a search, but despite that, he turned north, planning to cut back around the mesa and return to Soledad by way of the springs. A slight movement along the trees ahead caused him to halt, and then he saw several elk drifting down the narrow glade toward the lava. His eyes narrowed suddenly. There was no water of which he knew closer than the Thousand Springs pool, and these elk were drifting away from it rather than toward it. As they usually watered at sundown or daybreak, they must be heading for water elsewhere, and that could be in the lava. Dismounting, he ground-hitched his horse and watched the elk as they drifted along until they'd almost vanished in the trees, and then he mounted and followed them down. When the trail he was following turned down and joined theirs, he continued along it. In a few minutes he grunted with satisfaction, for the hoof marks led him right up to the lava and into a narrow cleft between 2 great folds of the black rocks. Riding carefully, for the trail was very narrow, and the lava on both sides was black and rough, he kept on following the elk. It was easy to see how such a trail might exist for years and never be found. For at times he was forced to draw one leg up and lift the stirrup out of the way. It was too narrow otherwise. The trail wound around and around, covering much distance without penetrating very far, and then it dipped down suddenly through a jagged and dangerous-looking cleft. Ross hesitated, studying the loose-hanging crags above with misgiving. They looked too shaky and insecure for his comfort. He well knew that if a man was ever trapped or hurt in this lava bed, he might as well give up. There would be no help for him. Yet, with many upward glances at the great, poorly balanced chunks of rock, many of them weighing many tons, he rode into the cleft on the trail of the elk. For over half a mile, the cleft led him steadily downward. Much of the going was very steep, and he realized that he was soon going to be well below the level of the surrounding country. He rode on, however, despite the growing darkness, already great in the dark bottom of the cleft. And then the trail opened up, and he stopped with a gasp of amazement. Before him lay a great circular valley, an enormous valley surrounded by gigantic black cliffs that in many places shelved out over the edge, but the bottom was almost level and covered with rich green grass. There were a few scattered clumps of trees, and from somewhere he heard the sound of water. Drifting on, he looked up around him, overcome with his astonishment. The depth of the valley was at least 1,000 feet lower than the surrounding country, and the unending sameness of the view of the beds from above safely concealed its existence. He was, without a doubt, in an ancient volcanic crater, long extinct, and probably the source of miles of lava beds that had been spewed forth by some bygone age. The green fields below were dotted with cattle, most of them in seemingly excellent shape. Here and there among them he noticed small groups of horses. Without a doubt, these were the cattle and horses, or their descendants, that were left by Jim Burge. Despite the lateness of the hour, he pushed on, marveling at the mighty walls around him, at the green grass and the white-trunked aspens. Twice he found springs of water, and in both cases they bubbled up from the ground. Later he found one spring that ran from a cleft in the rock and trickled down over the worn face of the cliff for some 30 feet to sink below into the ground. None of the cattle seemed in the least bit frightened of him, although they moved back as he approached, and several lifted their noses at him curiously. When he'd ridden for well over 2 miles, he drew up in a small glade near a spring, and stripping the saddle from his horse, he made camp. This would end his rations, and tomorrow he must start back. Obviously, this would be a good place to start such a cache of supplies as Scott had advised. Night brought a strange coolness to the valley, and he built a fire and fixed his coffee, talking to Rio meanwhile. After a moment, he became conscious of movement. He looked up and saw that a dozen or so more cows and a bull had moved up. They were staring at him with their amazed bovine eyes. Apparently, they had never seen a man before. From all appearances, the crater was a large one, and being several miles across and carpeted with rich grass, these cattle were all in really good shape. Twice during the night he heard the cry of a cougar, and once the howl of a wolf. With daybreak he was back in the saddle once more, but by day the crater proved to be smaller than he'd first believed. There was probably some 2,000 acres in the bottom, but it was all the same level ground with rich grass and a good bit of timber, all things considered. Twice, when skirting the edges of the crater, he found ice caves. These, he knew, were caused by the mass cooling so unevenly that when the surface had become cold and hard, the material below was still molten. As the fluid drained away, the caves were formed under the solid crust. Because lava is a poor heat conductor, the cold air of the caves was protected. Ice formed there, and no matter how warm it might be on the surface, there was always snow in the caves. At places, pools of clear, cold water had formed, and he could see that some of these had been used by watering places by the elk, deer, and wild horses. When at last he started back toward the cleft through which he'd gained entrance to the crater, he was sure that there were several hundred, perhaps as many as 600 head of wild cattle in the bottom of this crater. He rode out, but not with any feeling of comfort. Someday he would scale those cliffs and have a look at the craggy boulders on the rim. If someone ever fell into that cleft, whoever or whatever was in the bottom would never come out. It was dusk of another evening before the Appaloosa cantered down the street of Soledad and drew up at the livery stable. A Mexican came to the door, glanced at him, and then accepted his horse. He looked doubtfully at the strange brand. "You ride for Senor Pogue or Senor Reynolds?" he asked hesitantly. "For myself," Ross said. "What's the matter? The town seems quiet." "Si, senor, there has been a killing. Raleigh Burt of the RR was in a shooting with 2 hands from the box end. One of them was killed, the other wounded, but Senor Burt has disappeared." "Left the country?" "Who knows? He was wounded, they say, and I'm sorry for that. He was a good man, Senor Burt." The Mexican lighted a smoke, glancing at Hanny. Perhaps he was no longer wanted on the RR either. "Why do you say that?" Ross asked quickly. "Have you any reason for it?" "Si, he has told me himself that he has had trouble with Senor Berdu." Berdu had trouble with Burt, and yet Burt was attacked by 2 box end hands? That didn't seem to tie in. Or did it? Could there be any connection between this shooting and the meeting at the springs? In any event, this would probably serve to start the hostilities again. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Leaving his horse to be cared for, Ross returned to his room in the Cattleman's Rest Hotel. Kinney was not in the lobby when he crossed it, and he found no one on the stairs. He knew how precarious was his own position, for while the house he was building was reasonably safe from discovery, there was no reason to believe that someone would not soon discover the ground that had been plowed back under the trees. It wasn't much, but enough to indicate that he was working the place. Uneasily, he surveyed the situation. So far, everything was proceeding according to plan, almost too well. He had his water rights under control. He'd found the cattle. He had in the crater and on the mesa 2 bases of action that were reasonably safe from attack, yet the situation was due to blow up at almost any moment. Berdu seemed to be playing a deep game. It might be with the conveyance of his uncle, but it might be on his own. Perhaps someone else had the same idea that he had, that from the fighting of Pogue and Reynolds could come a new system of things in Ruby Hills country. Perhaps Berdu, or some other unnamed person or group, planned to be top dog as well. Berdu's part in it puzzled Hanny, but at least he knew by sight the men that Berdu had met secretly with, and he would be able to keep a closer watch on them. Also, there were still the strange hard cases who lived and worked on the VV. Somehow they did not seem to fit with what he'd seen of the Vernons. The next order of business, he told himself, is a visit to the VV. A dozen people were eating in the hotel restaurant when he entered. He stopped at one side of the door and surveyed the group with care. It would not do to walk into Berdu or Reynolds unawares, for Berdu would not, and Reynolds dared not, ignore him. He stepped into the scene in Soledad in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, at a small table alone, he saw Sherry Vernon. On an impulse, he walked over to her, his spurs jingling. She glanced up at him momentarily, surprised. Oh, it's you again. I thought you'd left town. You know better than that. He indicated the chair opposite her. May I sit down? Surely. She looked at him thoughtfully. You know, Ross Hanley, you're not an entirely unhandsome sort of man, but I have a feeling you're still pretty savage. I live in a country that's savage, he said simply. It's a country that is untamed. The last court of appeal is a 6-shooter. From all I hear, you gave Sidney Purdue some uncomfortable moments without one. You're quite an unusual man. Sometimes your language sounds like any cowboy, and sometimes it doesn't. I sometimes wonder if your ideas are different. You'll find all kinds of men in the West. The town drunk in Julesburg, when I was there, could quote Shakespeare and had 2 degrees. I punched cows on the range in Texas with the brother of an English lord. Are you suggesting that you're a duke in disguise? Me? He grinned. No, I'm pretty much what I seem. I'm a cowhand, a drifter. I've only got a few ideas, and I've read a few books. I spent a winter once, snowed in the mountains in Montana, with 2 other cowhands. All we had for entertainment was a couple of decks of cards, some checkers, and half a dozen books. Some Englishmen left them there, and I expect before spring we all knew those books by heart, and we'd argued every point in them. What were they? She asked curiously. Plutarch's Lives, the plays and sonnets of Shakespeare, some history. Oh, lots of stuff, and good reading. We had a lot of fun with those books. When we played cards and checkers until we were black in the face, we'd ask each other questions on the books, for by the time we'd been there half the winter, we'd read them several times over. He ate in silence for a few minutes, and then she asked, Do you know anything about the shooting? I heard about it. What sort of man is Raleigh Burt? Oh, he's one of the best. You'd like him, I think. Hard as nails and no youngster. He's more than 40, I'd say, but he says what he thinks, and he thinks a good deal. Ross hesitated a few minutes, and then he said, By the way, I saw one of your hands in town yesterday. A tall, slope-shouldered fellow in a checkered shirt. You know the one I mean? She looked up at him. Her eyes were cool and direct. He had an uncomfortable feeling that she knew more than she was allowing him to think that she did. Of course, this was the man she'd watched from hiding as he met Purdue, and probably had overheard their talk. Oh, you mean Curb Dahl? Yes, he's one of our hands. Why do you ask? I was wondering about him. I'm trying to get folks placed around here. There are a lot of them trying to get you placed, too. He laughed. Sure, I expected that. Are you one of them? Yes, I think I am. You do remember that I overheard your talk on the trail, and I'm still wondering where you plan to be top dog. He flushed. You shouldn't have heard that. However, I backed down on none of it. I know how Chalk Reynolds got his ranch, and I know how Walt Poe got his, and neither of them has any moral nor other claim to them aside from possession. If that is right. You probably heard what I told Chalk in here the other day. I could tell him more. I haven't even started on Poe yet. And I'd as soon as you didn't tell anyone that I planned to. However, in good time I shall. You see, he ran old man Carter off his place, and had Emmett Chubb kill Vin Carter. That's one of the things that drew me here. Revenge? Call it what you like. I have a different name for it. He leaned toward her, suddenly eager for her to understand. You see, you can't judge the West by any ordered land law you know. It's wild, it's hard, and the men that came west and survived were some tough, stern men. They fought Indians and white men, and those who were worse than Indians. They fought winter, flood, storm, drought, and starvation. There's a sheriff here in town who's practically appointed by Chalk Reynolds. The jail here stands on Reynolds' land. The nearest court is over 200 miles away, and over poor roads and through Indian country. North of us is one of the most wildest, most remote lands in all of North America, where a criminal could escape and hide for years. The only law we have here is the law of strength. The only justice we have must live in the hearts and minds of men. The land is hard, and so the men are hard. We make mistakes, of course. But when there's a case of murder, we try to handle the murderer so he will not kill again. Someday we will have law, we will have order, and then we can let the courts decide. But now we have none of those things, and if we find a mad dog, we kill him, for there's no dog catcher or law to do it. If we find a man who kills unfairly, we punish him. If two men fight and all is equal, regardless of which case is right, we'll let the killing stand. But if a man is shot in the back without a gun or a fair chance, then the people, or sometimes one man, must act. I agree that it's not right. I agree that it should be different. But this is yet a raw, hard land, and we must have our killers, not punished, but prevented from killing again. Vin Carter was my friend. Of that I can say nothing. Only because he was my friend, I must act for him. He was not a gunfighter. He was a brave young man, a fair shot, and on the night that he was killed, he was so drunk that he could scarcely see. He did not even know what was happening. It was murder. So I have come here. And so it is, perhaps, that I am like some of these men. Perhaps I'm ruthless. Perhaps in the long run I shall lose, and perhaps I shall gain. No man is perfect. No man is altogether right or altogether wrong. Pogue and Reynolds got their ranches and power through violence. They're now in a dog-eat-dog feud of their own. When that war is over, I expect to have a good ranch. And if that leaves them both alive and in power, I shall have my ranch anyway. She looked at him thoughtfully. Where, Ross? His pulse leapt at the use of his first name, and he smiled suddenly. Does it matter now? Let's wait, and then I'll tell you. The smile left his face. By the way, as you left me the other day, a man told me that you were a stake claim, and to stay away. What did you do? She looked at him gravely, curiously. I told him he was a fool to believe any woman was a stake claim unless she wanted it so. And he said, nevertheless, that you were staked. If it is of interest, you might also know as well that I don't believe him, and also I wouldn't pay any attention if I did. She smiled. I would be surprised if you did. Nevertheless, and her chin lifted a little, what he said is true. Ross Hanley's heart seemed to stop. For a full minute he stared at her, amazed and wordless. And then he said, You mean... what, exactly? I mean that I'm engaged to Star Levitt. I have been engaged to him for 3 months now. She rose swiftly. I must be going. Her hand dropped suddenly to his with a gentle pressure, and then she was gone. He stared after her. His thoughts refused to order themselves. For of all the things that she might have said, or all that he might have expected, this was the last. Sherry Vernon was engaged to Star Levitt. Some hot coffee? It was May, smiling down at him. Sure. She cleaned up the table and then left him alone. Sure, he mused, that's the way it would be. I meet a girl worth having and she belongs to someone else. Mind if I sit down? He looked up to see Alan Kinney, the hotel clerk, standing by the table. Go ahead, he suggested, and have some coffee. May delivered the coffee, and for a few moments there was silence. Ross, you'd do a lot for a friend, wouldn't you? Surprised, he glanced up, and something in Kinney's eyes told him what was coming. Why, sure. But even as he said it, he was thinking it over, thinking over what he knew that Kinney already had on his mind. Do you regard me as a friend? Of course I haven't known you long, but you seem like a regular fellow, and you haven't any local ties that I can see." "That's right. I just cut the last one, or had it cut. What do you want me to do? Get him out of town?" Kinney jerked up sharply in surprise. "You mean you know?" "I guessed. Where else would he go? Is Bert hurt bad?" "He can ride. He's a good man, Ross. One of the best. I had no idea what to do about him, because I think they'll think of the hotel soon." "You've got him here?" Hanny was incredulous. "We'd best get him out tonight. That Box End crowd will be hunting for him. And I've got a hunch the RR outfit won't back him in the least. He's in the potato cellar, in the box under the potatoes." "Whatever made you ask me?" Ross demanded. Kinney shrugged. "Well, like I said, you haven't any ties here, and seemed on the prod, as they say in Soledad, and then May suggested it. May did, and Sherry. She knows?" "I thought of her first. The VV is out of this fight so far, and it seemed the only place. She told me that she would like to, but there are reasons why it was the very worst place for him. And then she suggested you." "She did?" "Uh-huh. She said if you liked Bert, she knew you would do it. And you might do it just to slap at Reynolds and Pogue. She didn't seem to believe Reynolds would help either." Hanny digested this thoughtfully. Apparently Sherry had a pretty good idea of just what undercurrents were moving the pawns about in this Soledad chess game. Of course she would have heard the last part of Berdu's talk with Curb Doll and the others. "We can't wait," Hanny said. "It will have to be done now. The Box End hand should be getting to town within the hour. Have you got a spare horse?" "Not that we can get without everybody knowing, but May has one at her place," Kinney answered. "She lives on the edge of town. The problem is to get him there." "I'll get him there," Hanny promised. "But I'd best get mounted myself. I know where to take him, too. However, you best throw us together a sack of grub from the restaurant supplies, so there won't be too many questions asked. After I come back again, I can arrange to get some stuff." Ross Hanny got to his feet. "Get him ready to move. I'll get my horse down to May's and come back." He listened while Kinney gave him directions about finding her house, and then hurried to the door, but it was too late. A dozen hard-riding horsemen came charging up the street, and they swung down at the hotel. One man stepped up to the boardwalk and strode into the hotel. Hanny knew him by his size. It was Walt Pogue himself. And the man at his right was the man who'd been with Berdu at the Springs. "Kinney, I want to search your place. That killer, Rolly Bert, is in here somewhere, and by the Lord Harry, we'll have him hanging from a cottonwood limb before midnight." "What makes you think he'd be here?" Kinney demanded. He was pale and taut, but completely self-possessed. He might have been addressing a class in history or reading a paper before a literary group. "I know Bert, but I haven't seen him." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Unobtrusively, Ross Hanny was lounging against the door to the kitchen. His mind was working swiftly. They would find Bert, and there would be no earthly way to prevent it. The only chance would be to avert the hanging, to delay it. He knew suddenly that he was not going to see Rolly Bert hang. He didn't know the man, but Bert had won his sympathy by winning a fair fight against two men. "What are you so all-fired wrought up about, Pogue?" he drawled. Walt Pogue turned squarely around to face him. "It's you. What part have you got in all this?" Ross shrugged. "None at all. Just wondering. Everywhere I've been, if a man is attacked and kills two men against his one, he's figured to be quite a man. Not a lynching job. He killed a Box End man." "Sure," Ross smiled. "A Box End man can die just as well as any others. It was a fair shake from all I hear. All three had guns. All three did some shooting. I haven't heard any Reynolds men kicking because it was 2 against 1. Kinda curious, that. I'm wondering why all the RR men are suddenly out of town." "You wonder too much." It was the man from the Springs. "This is none of your deal. Keep out of it." Ross Hanny still leaned against the door. but his eyes turned to the man from the springs. Slowly, carefully, and contemptuously, he looked the rider over from head to heel, and then back again. And then he said softly, "Pogue, you've got a taste for knickknacks. If you want to take this boy home with you, you keep him out of trouble." The rider took a step forward. "You're not running any bluff on me, Hanny." "Forget it, Voyle. You get hunting for Bert. I'll talk to Hanny." Pogue's voice was curt. Voyle hesitated, his right hand hovering over his gun, but Ross did not move, lounging carelessly against the doorpost, a queer half-smile on his face. With an abrupt movement then, Voyle turned away, speaking quickly over his shoulder. "We'll talk about this later, Hanny." "Sure," Ross Hanley said, and then as a parting, he said softly, "Want to bring Dal with you?" Voyle was caught mid-stride, and his shoulders hunched as if against a blow. Then he stopped and stared back, shock, confusion, and puzzlement struggling for an expression. Hanny looked back at Pogue. "You carry some characters," he said. "That Voyle now, he's touchy, ain't he?" "What did you mean about Dal? He's not one of my riders." "Is that right? Oh, I thought maybe he was. Although I'll admit I didn't know." Walt Pogue stared at him. He was annoyed and angry, but yet puzzled too. The big man walked to the restaurant stove, got a cup, and poured coffee into it from the big coffee pot. He put sugar in it and then cream. He glanced over his shoulder at Ross. Henny felt a slight touch on his shoulder and glanced around and found May there at his shoulder. "He's gone," she whispered. "He's not there." There was dust on her dress, and he slapped at it. She hurriedly brushed it away. "Where was he shot?" he asked under his breath. "In the leg. He wouldn't go far, I know." Pogue turned around. "What are you two talking about?" he demanded. "Why the whispering?" "Is it any of your business?" Hanny said sharply. Walt Pogue stiffened and put his cup down hard. "You'll go too far, Hanny. Don't try getting rough with me. I won't take it." "I'm not asking you to," Ross said roughly. He straightened away from the doorpost. "I don't care how you take it. You're not running me, or any part of me, and you might as well learn that right now. If I choose to whisper to a girl, I'm doing it on my own time, so keep out of it." Pogue stared at him, and then at the girl, and there was meanness in his eyes. He shrugged. "It's a small matter. With all the trouble, I'm just getting jumpy." Voyle came back into the room, accompanied by 2 other men. "No sign of him, boss. We've been all over the hotel. Simmons and Clatt, they went through the vegetable cellar, too. But there ain't any sign of him. There's a big empty box under the spuds, though they're big enough to hide a man." Alan Kinney had come back into the room. "What about that, Kinney?" Pogue demanded. "Probably something to keep the spuds off the damp ground as much as possible," Hanny suggested carelessly. "Seems simple enough to me." Pogue's jaw set as he turned swiftly. "You, Hanny, keep out of this. I was asking Kinney, not you." This time Voyle had nothing to say. Ross glanced at him, and the man looked hastily away. "He's scared," Ross told himself mentally. "He's mixed in some deal, and he doesn't want his boys to know it. He's afraid that I'll say too much." Pogue turned and strode from the restaurant, going out through the hotel lobby, his men trooping after him. When the last man was gone, May turned to Kinney. "Alan, where can he be? He was there, you know he was there." Kinney nodded. "I know." He twisted his hands together. "He must have heard them and got out somehow. But where could he go?" Ross Hanley was already far ahead of them. He was thinking rapidly. The searchers would probably stop for a drink, but they would not stop long. Voyle was apparently on the plot to have Bert killed, so he must have been at the springs, and this had happened too swiftly. Too little noise had come from the RR for it to be anything but a plot among them, or so it seemed to Hanny. For some reason, Rolly Bert had become dangerous to them, and he was supposed to die in the gunfight the previous night. But he'd survived and killed one of their men and wounded another, so now he must be killed, and soon. Yet Hanny was thinking further than that. His mind was going outside into the darkness, thinking about where he would go if he were a wounded man with little ammunition and no time to get himself away. He'd have to hobble or drag himself. He'd be quickly noticed by anyone and quickly investigated. He would not dare go too far without shelter, for there was some light outside, even though it was night. And then Hanny was recalling the stone wall. It started not far from the hotel stables and went around an orchard planted long ago. Some of the stones had fallen, but much of it was still intact. A man might make a fair defense from behind that wall if he could drag himself all of the 100 yards to get behind it. Ross walked swiftly out of the hotel through the back door. There, in the darkness, he stood stock still at the side of the door, letting his eyes become accustomed to the night. After a minute or two, he could pick out some of the stable, the orchard, and the white of the stones in the wall. Walking to the stable, he took the path along the side, and then put a hand on the stone wall and dropped over it with a quick vault. Then he stood suddenly still once more. If he approached Bert too suddenly, the wounded man might mistake him for an enemy and shoot. Nor did he know Bert, or Bert him. Moving silently, Hanny worked his way along the stone wall. It was no more than 3 feet high, and along much of it there was a hedge of weeds and brambles. He ripped a scratch on his hand and swore. Softly he moved ahead. He was almost to the corner when a voice spoke, very low. "All right, mister. You've made a good guess, but a bad one. Let out one peep, and you'll die." "Bert?" "Naw." The cowhand was disgusted. "This is King Solomon, and I'm hunting the Queen of Sheba. Who do you think it would be?" "Listen, and get this right the first time. I'm your friend, and I'm a friend of May's and Kinney's from the hotel. I've been hunting you to help you get out of here. There's a horse at May's shack, and we've got to get you there just as fast as we can make it, you hear?" "How do I know you are who you are?" "I'd have yelled, wouldn't I, if I found you?" "Once, maybe, but no more than once, though. This colt carries a kick. Who are you? I can't see your face." "I'm Ross Hanley. I just blew in." "That hombre that backed down Sid Perdue?" "Sure thing. I know ya. Heard all about it. That was a good job." "Can you walk?" "I can take a stab at it if you give me a shoulder." "Well, let's go then." With an arm around Bert's waist, Hanny got him over the fence and then down the dark alley, between it and the stone house next to it. They came out in an open space, and beyond it there was a trail, and then the woods. Once in the shelter of the trees, they would have ample concealment all the way to May's house. Yet once they started across that open space, any door that opened along the backs of the buildings facing them, across the street, would reveal them, and they would be caught in the open. There would be nothing for it then but to shoot it out. "All right, Bert, here we go, but if any door opens, freeze where you are." "Where are you taking me?" Supporting himself with a hand on Hanny's shoulder and Hanny's arm around his waist, they made a fair shift at hobbling along. "May's place. If anything delays me, get there. Take her horse and light out. You know that old trail to the Badlands?" "Sure, but ain't no good unless you circle around 1,000 Springs. No water. That's one mighty rough ride. Don't worry, I'll handle that. You get over there and find a spot to watch the trail until you see me. But with luck, we'll make it together." Bert's grip on Hanny's shoulder tightened. "Watch it. Someone's opening that door." They stopped, standing stock still. Ross felt Bert's arm moving carefully, and then saw the cowhand had drawn a gun. He was holding it across his stomach, covering the man who stood in the light of the open door. It was the saloon bartender. Somebody loomed over the fat bartender's shoulder. "Hey, who's that out there?" "Oh, go on back to your drinks," the bartender said. "I'll go see." He came down the steps and stalked out toward them. Hanny slid his own hand down for his left gun. The fat man walked steadily toward them until he was close by. He glanced from one face to the other. "Pat," Bert said softly, "you'd make a soft bunk for this lead." "Oh, don't fret yourself," he said. "If I hadn't come, one of those drunken box end riders would have. And then what? You shoot me, and then you have them all out here. Go on, beat it. I'm not hunting trouble with any side." He looked at Hanny. "Nor with you, Ross. You don't remember me. But I remember you right well from your fuss with King Fisher. Get going now." He turned and strode back to the door. "What is it?" a drunken voice called. "If it's Rolly Bert, I'll fix him." "It ain't. It's just a Mex kid with a horse. Some stray he picked up, an old crowbait. Forget it." The door closed. Ross heaved a sigh. Without further talk, they moved on, hobbling across the open, and then into the trees. There they rested. They heard a door slam open, and men came out into the street and started up the path away from them. They'd been drinking, and they were angry. The town of Soledad would be an unpleasant place on this night. When Hanny had the mare saddled, he helped Rolly up. "Start down the trail," he said. "If you hear anybody coming, get out of sight. When I come, I'll be riding that Appaloosa of mine. You've seen it?" "Sure, I'll know it. I'll keep going until you catch up, right?" "Right. And keep out of sight of anybody else, and I mean anybody. That goes for your RR hands as well, hear me?" "Yeah, and I guess you're right at that. They sure haven't been much help. But I'll not forget what you've done, and a stranger, too. You ride, forget about me. I've got to get back into Soledad and get my horse without exciting comment. Once you get to where I'm taking you, nobody'll find you." He watched the mare start up the road at a fast walk, and then he turned back toward the town. He heard shouts and yells, and then a drunken cowhand blasted 3 shots into the air. Ross Hanley hitched his guns into place and started down the road into Soledad. He was walking fast. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The disappearance of Rolly Bert was a 9-day wonder in the town of Soledad and the Ruby Hills. Ross Hanley, riding in and out of town, heard the question discussed and argued from every standpoint. Bert had not been seen in Rico, nor Pie Town, nor had any evidence of him been found on the trails. No horses were accounted missing, and the search of the box end cowhands had been fruitless. Neither Alan Kinney nor May asked any questions of Ross, although several times he recognized their curiosity. The shooting and the frenzied search that followed had left the town abnormally quiet. Yet the rumor was going around that with the end of the coming roundup, the whole trouble would break open again and be settled once and for all. For the time being, with the roundup in the offing, both ranches seemed disposed to ignore the feud and settle first things first. Second only to the disappearance of Rolly Bert was Ross Hanley himself as the topic of conversation. He spent money occasionally, and he came and went around Soledad, but no one seemed to have any idea what he was doing or what his plans were. Curiosity was growing, and the 3 most curious men were Walt Pogue, Chalk Reynolds, and Star Levitt. There was another man even more curious, and that one was Emmett Chubb. It was after the disappearance of Bert that Chubb had first heard of Hanny's presence in Ruby Hills. The RR hands ate at one big long table, presided over by Chalk himself, and Sid Perdue sat always at his right hand. "Heard Walt Pogue and his man Voyle had some words with that Hanny," Reynolds said to Perdue. "Looks like he's getting this country buffaloed." Perdue went white to the lips and started to make an angry reply, when he was cut off by the sudden movement down the table. Emmett Chubb lunged to his feet. The stocky, hard-faced gunman leaned across the table. "Did you say Hanny?" he rasped. "Would that be Ross Hanley?" "That's right." Reynolds looked up sharply. "Know him?" Chubb sat back in his chair with a thud. "I should smile I know him. He's a-huntin' me." "You?" Reynolds stared. "Why?" Chubb shrugged. Me and a friend of his had a run-in. You knew him, Vin Carter." "Ah, Carter was a friend of Hanny's?" Reynolds chewed in silence. "How good is this Hanny?" "He thinks he's plumb salty. I wouldn't be for knowing, however. Down that-a-way they sure set store by him." The slim, dark-faced cowhand looked up and drawled softly. "I know him, Emmett. And when you tangle with him, be ready. He's the hombre who went into King Fisher's hideout in Mexico after a horse that one of the Fisher boys stole off of him. He rode the horse out, too. And the story is that he made Fisher take water. He killed the hombre who stole his horse. The fellow was the fool half-breed who went for his gun." "So he's chasing you, Emmett," Reynolds muttered. "Well, maybe that accounts for his being here." "And maybe he's here because of Vin Carter," Purdue said. "If he is, that spells trouble for Pogue. That won't hurt us any." In the days that followed the escape of Rolly Burt, Hanny had not been idle. He'd thrown and branded several of the wild cattle, and had pushed a few of them into the open valley below the Thousand Springs. There would be plenty of time later to bring more of them. All he wanted was for his brand to show up when the roundup was underway. Astride the Appaloosa, he headed for the VV. The morning was warm but pleasant, and he rode down into the shade under the giant old cottonwoods, feeling very fit and very happy. Several of the hands were in sight, and one of them was the slope-shouldered doll, mending a saddle girth. Bob Vernon saw him, and his brow puckered in a slight frown. He turned and walked toward Ross Hanley. "Get down, won't you? Sherry's been telling me something about you." "Thanks, I will. Is she here?" His purpose had been to verify, if he could, some of his ideas about the conversation that he had seen and she had overheard at the Springs. Also, he was curious about the setup at the VV. It was the one place he'd not catalogued in his long rides. "Yes," Vernon hesitated, "she's here." But he made no move to get her. Suddenly he seemed to make a decision. "I say, Hanny, you're not coming with the idea of courting my sister, are you? You know she's spoken for." "That idea," Hanny said grimly, "seems to be one that everyone wants to tell me. First I heard it from Star Levitt." Vernon's lips tightened. "You mean Star talked to you about Sherry?" "He did. And Sherry told me she was to marry him." Bob Vernon appeared relieved and relaxed. "Well, then you understand how things are. I wouldn't want any trouble over her, and Star's pretty touchy." "Understand this," Hanny turned sharply around and faced Bob. "I was told that by Levitt and by Sherry, and frankly, the fact that she's engaged to him doesn't make a lot of difference to me. I haven't told that to her, but you're her brother, and I'm telling you. You don't need any long-winded explanations about how I feel about her. And when I'm sure she's in love with him, I'll keep away. But until then, I'm in to stay." Surprisingly, Vernon did not get angry. He appeared more frightened and worried. "I was afraid of that," he muttered. "I should have known. Now, if you won't get her for me, I'll go in the house after her." "After whom?" They turned swiftly to see Sherry walking toward them, smiling. "Hello, Ross. Who are you coming after? Who could ever make your voice sound like that?" "You," he said bluntly. "Nobody but you." Her smile vanished, but there was a warmth in her eyes. "That's nice," she said. "You say it as if you mean it." "I do." "Boss?" A tall, lean, red-headed cowhand had walked up to them. When they turned, he asked, "Who has the gallows frame brand?" "Gallows frame?" Vernon shrugged. "Never heard of it. Where did you see it?" "Up toward Thousand Springs. Seen several mighty fine-looking bulls and a few cows up that-a-way, and they're all wearing that brand. A gallows frame with a ready noose hanging from it. And them cows? Why, they're wilder than all get out. Couldn't get anywhere near 'em." "That's something new," Vernon commented. Have you seen any of them, Sherry?" She shook her head, but there was a strange expression in her eyes, and she glanced over at Ross, who listened with an innocence combined with humor that would have been a perfect giveaway to anyone who knew him. "No, I haven't seen any of them, Bob." She looked at the redhead again. "Mabry, have you met Ross Hanley? He's new around here, but I imagine he's interested in brands." Mabry turned to Hanley and grinned. "Heard something about you," he said. "Seems you had a run-in with Sid Perdue." Ross noted that Curb Doll's fingers had almost ceased to move in their work on the girth. Mabry walked away with Bob Vernon, and Sherry turned to Ross, her eyes cool but friendly. "I thought you might be interested in knowing Bill Mabry. He was always a good friend of that cowhand that they're looking for in town, Rolly Burt." Hanny's eyes shifted to her thoughtfully. There seemed to be very little that this girl did not know. She would be good to have for a friend, and not at all good as an enemy. She was as intelligent as she was beautiful. Her eyes never seemed to be asleep, for she seemed to see everything and comprehend what she was seeing. Was that a lucky guess about Bert, or did she know? Would Kinney have told her? Of course, he recalled. Kinney had said that she'd suggested him, so that might be it. She was guessing. Doll's ears were obviously tuned in to catch every word, so he turned. "Shall we walk over and sit down?" He took her elbow and guided her to the seat under one of the huge cottonwoods. "Sherry," he said suddenly, "I told Bob I didn't intend to pay no attention to this engagement of yours, unless I found out you were in love with Levitt. Are you?" She looked away quickly, her face suddenly pale and her lips tight. Finally she spoke. "Why else would a girl be engaged to a man?" "I haven't any idea, but there might be reasons." He stared at her, and then his eyes strayed to Doll. "Until you tell me you do, and look me in the eye when you say it, I'm going ahead. I want you, Sherry. I want you like I've never wanted anything in this world. And I mean to have you, if you could care for me. I'm not asking you now, I'm just telling you. When I came into this valley, I came expecting trouble, and I thought I knew all the angles. Well, I found out there's something more going on here than I expected, and it's something you know about. Maybe you don't know it all, but I'm banking that you don't. You heard me talking to myself. Well, what I said then goes. I'm here alone, and I'm riding for my own brand, and you guessed it right, for that gallows frame is mine, and the noose is for anybody who wants to hang on it. The RR spread and the box N are controlled by a couple of range pirates. They whipped and murdered smaller, weaker men to get what they've got. If they keep it, they'll know that they've been in a fight." Sherry had listened intently. Her face had become serious. "You can't do anything alone, Ross. You must have help." She put her hand on his arm. "Ross, is Rolly safe? Understand, I'm not asking you where he is, just if he's safe. He did me a good turn once, and he's an honest man. He's safe. For your own information, and not to be repeated, he's working for me now. But he can't do much for another 10 days or more, and by that time it may be too late. Can I rely on Mabry?" "You can. If he'll work for you, he'll die for you, and he'd kill for you if it's the right kind of fight. He was Bert's best friend. Then if I can talk to him, you'll lose a hand." He looked down at her. "Sherry, what's going on here? Who is Star Levitt? And who are those men I saw in town, this Curb Doll here, and Voyle? I know there's some connection." She got up quickly. "I can't talk about that. Star Levitt is going to be my husband." Ross got up too. Roughly, he picked up his hat and jerked it on his head and then stood there, hands on his hips, staring at her. "Not Levitt," he said harshly. "Well, if you don't tell me, I'll find out anyway." He turned abruptly and saw the two men that he'd seen in town at the restaurant, Curb Doll and the shorter, hard-faced man. In that single instant he became aware of many things. Bob Vernon stood in the door, white as death. Curb Doll, a hard gleam in his eyes, was on the right, and he walked with elbows bent, hands swinging at his gun butts. Behind them, Hanny could see the big old tree with a branch around it, and a rusty horseshoe nailed to the trunk. 2 saddled horses stood near the corral, and the sunlight through the leaves dappled the earth with shadow. Behind him, there was a low moan of fear from Sherry, but he did not move. He only waited and watched the 2 men coming toward him. It could be here. It could be now. It could be at this very moment. Doll spoke first, his lean, cavernous face hard, with a curiously set expression. The shorter man had moved apart from him a little, and Hanny remembered the girl behind him, and he knew that he dare not fight. But some sixth sense warned him that somewhere else would be a third man, probably with a rifle. The difference. Curb Doll spoke. "You're Ross Hanley. I reckon you know me. I'm Doll. And this here's the first time you've come to the VV, and this is going to be the last. You come on this place again and you get killed. We don't aim to have no troublemakers around." Ross held very still. He was weighing his next words carefully. This could break into a shooting match in one instant. "Then have your artillery ready when I come back," he warned them. "Because when I'm ready, I'll come back. We told you." Ross looked over them coldly, knowing they had expected to find him as tough and ready for a fight as he had been with Chalk Reynolds and Purdue. There was a queer sense of relief in their eyes, too. Hanny guessed that while there must have been a hidden rifleman, these men were afraid for their own skins. Mabry stood near Ross as he swung into the saddle. "I've got a job for you if you can get to town within the next 12 hours, at the saloon. You might run into a friend of yours." Mabry did not reply, so Hanny rode away, leaving the cowhand standing there. He'd spoken softly enough, so he knew he was not overheard. Yet Hanny knew he was no closer to a solution than before. There was danger here. An odd situation existed in the Ruby Hills. Scowling, he considered it. On one hand was Walt Pogue with Bob Streeter and Rep Hansen, 2 notorious killers. On the other was Chalk Reynolds with Sid Purdue and Emmett Chubb. But here at the VV was a stranger situation. Bob and Sherry Vernon, who owned the ranch, seemed to be completely dominated by Levitt and their own hands. Also, Levitt had a strong claim of some kind on Sherry herself. What could be behind that? Scowling, Ross considered it. Whatever it was, it could mean everything to him, not only for his plans in the valley, but because of his love for Sherry. Somewhere in this patchwork of conflicting interests, there was another grouping, a small band that had gathered at the springs with Sid Purdue, the band that was made up of at least 1 man from each ranch, of Curb Doll of the VV, Voyle of the Box End, Tolman of the 3 Diamonds. Where did this last group stand? Voyle, from his actions, wanted Pogue to know nothing of his tie-up with Doll. Did Reynolds know about Purdue's meeting at the springs, and who was behind it? End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Quiet reigned at the bit and bridle when Ross Hanley rode into town in the late afternoon. He left his horse at the rail and strolled through the half-doors to the cool interior. Only Pat, the bartender, was present. The room was dusky and still. Pat idly polished glasses as he came in, glancing up at him, and then he put a bottle and a glass on the bar. Ross leaned an elbow on the hardwood and dug out the makings. He built a smoke without speaking, liking the restfulness and coolness after his hot ride, and thinking over what he'd seen at the VV. You've lived here a long time, eh, Pat? Uh-huh. Before Carter was killed. Lots of changes? Lots. There's gonna be more, Pat. Room for 'em. Where do you stand? Pat turned sharply and fixed his eyes on Hanny. Not in the middle. Not with Reynolds or Pogue. As for you, I'm neither for nor against you. Well, that's plain enough. Hanny didn't know whether to be pleased or angry. After Pat's attitude in regard to Bert, he'd hoped he might be an ally. But you don't sound like much help. That's right, no help at all. I've got my saloon and I'm doing all right. I was here before Reynolds and Pogue, and I'll be here after they're gone. And after I'm gone? Maybe that too. Pat suddenly turned again and rested his big hands on the bar. You fool around with Pogue all you want. With Reynolds too. But you lay off a Levitt and his crowd, you hear? They ain't human. They'll kill you. They'll eat you like a cat does a mouse. When they get ready. Maybe. Ross struck a match with his left hand. Who are his crowd? Pat looked disgusted. You've been to the VV. He runs that spread. Don't you be too friendly with that girl either. She's poison. Hanny let that one ride. Maybe she was poison. Maybe feeling the way he did about her was the thing that would break him. He was a strong man. He'd lived long enough under the conditions that he had, that he knew without knowing his own strength and knowing how it compared with the strength of others. He knew that, and when he was sure, he would push his luck to any degree. But as yet, he was not pushing it, as no one in the valley knew his real intentions. Pogue believed he'd come for Chubb. Reynolds and Verdu, perhaps in their hatred for him, believed he was after Pogue. Each was prepared to keep his hands off in hopes that he would injure the other. Yet the roundup was going to blow the lid off, for the roundup was going to show that he had cattle on the range, and had pitched his hat into the ring too. And then he would be in the middle of the fight, with every man's hand against him. Pat's warning was right. Pogue and Reynolds were dangerous, but nothing at all compared to Levitt's crowd. Lifting his glass, Ross studied his reflection in the mirror. The reflection of a tall, wide-shouldered young man, with blunt, bronzed features, and a smile that came easily to his eyes that were half cynical and half amused. He was a tall young man, with a flat-brimmed, flat-crowned black hat, and a gray, shield-crested shirt, and a black knotted neckerchief, black cross belts supporting the worn holsters of walnut-stock guns. He was a fool, he decided, to think as he did about Sherry. What could he offer such a girl? On the other hand, what could Star Levitt offer her? Regardless, he was here to stay. When he'd raced the Appaloosa into the streets of Soledad, he'd come to remain. If he had to back it with gunfire, he would do just that. Carefully, he considered the state of his plans. There was no fault to find there. In fact, he'd progressed beyond where he'd expected to, in that he had a friend, an ally, and a man who would stay with him to the last ditch. He had Rolly Burt. Camping on the mesa, the wounded man was rapidly knitting. They had talked much, and Burt had told him what to expect of the roundup. He knew the characters and personalities of the people of the Ruby Hills, and he knew something more of Pogue and Reynolds. Overnights beside the campfire, they'd yarned and argued and talked. Both of them had ridden for Charles Goodnight, and both for John Chisholm. They knew the same saloons in Tascosa and El Paso. Both had been over the trail to Dodge and to Cheyenne. Both had been in Uvalade and Laredo, and they'd talked the nights away of cattle and horses, of rustling and gunfighters, until they knew each other, and knew that they spoke the same language. Rolly had talked much of Mabry. He was a good man. While Mabry liked both Bob and Sherry Vernon, He'd confided to Bert that he must leave the VV or be killed. "Why were the Box N boys gunning for you, Rolly?" he'd asked. A frown had gathered between Rolly Bert's eyes, and he looked up at Ross over the fire. His blue eyes were puzzled and disturbed. "You know, I can't figure that. It was a set deal. I saw that right away. They'd been sent to murder me." "How'd you happen to be in town?" "Purdue sent me in for a message." "I see." Ross had told him then about the meeting below the mesa, and everything but Sherry's part in it. "There's a tie-up there somewhere. I think Purdue sent you on purpose. And he had those Box N boys primed to kill you. But why? Something you know, probably. The way I have it figured is that Sid Purdue is in some kind of double-cross, and he doesn't want Chalk to know about it. Maybe he figured he'd tipped his hand somehow and you knew too much. Voyle is in the deal with him, and I figured from the way he acted the other night in front of Pogue that he's double-crossing Walt. And I think Starr Levitt is the man behind the whole thing." "You mean a deal between Purdue and Levitt? They're supposed to be on the outs." "Sure. And what a better cover-up. You keep an eye on the springs. They may meet again." "Say," Bert had glanced up, "something I've been meaning to ask you. Several times I've heard a funny sound of rumbling. It sounds like it comes out of the rock under me. You heard it?" "Uh-huh. I don't reckon it amounts to much, but someday we'll have to do some prowling. Kinda gives an hombre the shivers." Standing now at the Bit and Bridle bar, Ross Hanley went over that conversation. Yes, he was ahead of his plans in having such an ally as Rolly Bert. He leaned his forearms on the hardwood and turned his head to glance out into the street. The rose of the setting sun had tinted the dusty, unpainted boards of the old building opposite with a dull glow, and beyond it, in the space between the buildings, a deep shadow had already gathered. At the rail, Rio stamped his feet against a vagrant fly and blew contentedly. It was a quiet evening, and suddenly he felt a vague nostalgia, a longing for the home that he had never known, a deep inner desire for peace, his children about him, the quiet evening rest on a wide porch after a hard day on the range, and the sound of a voice inside, a voice singing. Yet, when he straightened and filled his glass again, the guns felt heavy against his legs. Someday, and with some luck, things would be different. And then the half-doors pushed open and Starr Levitt stood there, a tall and handsome man against the fading light. He looked for an instant at Ross, and then came on into the room. He wore the same splendid white hat, the white buckskin vest, and perfectly creased gray trousers, tucked into polished boots. As always, the worn guns struck the only incongruous note. His voice was easy and confident. "Buy you a drink?" "Thanks, I've already got one." In the mirror, Ross's eyes caught the difference between them. His battered shabbiness against the cool magnificence of Levitt. Levitt's smile was pleasant, his voice ordinary and casual. "Planning to leave soon?" "No." Hanny's voice was flat. "I'm never going to leave." "That's what the country needs, they tell me. Permanent settlers. Somebody to build on. It's a nice thought, if you can stick to it." "That's right, and how about you, Levitt? Do you think you'll be able to stick to it when Reynolds and Pogue get to checking their brands?" He heard a glass rattle in Pat's suddenly nervous fingers. He knew that he'd taken the play away from Levitt with that one remark, and he followed it up. "I've been over the range lately. There's a lot of steers out there with VVs made over into 3 diamonds, and box N's into triple box A's. And as I understand, that brand happens to be yours too." Levitt had straightened and was looking at him. The smile was gone from his face. "You understand too much, Hanny. You're getting into water that's too deep for you, for any drifting cowhand." "Am I? Let me judge. I've waded through some bad water a few times, and where I couldn't wade, I could swim." Star Levitt's eyes had widened, and the bones seemed to stretch the skin of his face taut and hard. He was not a man used to being talked back to. He wasn't used to being thwarted. He was shrewd, a planner. But in that instant, Ross learned something else about him. He had a temper, and when pushed, he got angry. Such a man was apt to be hasty. "All right," Ross told himself, "let's see. Another thing. You spoke the other day about a stake claim. I'm curious to see how deep your stakes are driven. So I'm going to find out for myself, Levitt. I don't think that any claim is very secure. I think a little bit of bad weather and all your stakes could shake loose. You're a big boy, Levitt, but you're not cutting the wide swath you think you are. Now, you know where I stand, so don't try running any bluff on me. I won't take any pushing around. Stand aside, Star, and let me have 'em." The voice rang in an almost empty room, and Hanny's hair prickled along his scalp as he saw Emmett Chubb standing just inside the door. "I want 'em anyway, Star." Ross Hanley stood, his feet wide apart, facing them, and he knew that he was in the tightest spot of his life. 2 of the deadliest gunmen in the country were facing him, and he was alone. Cold and still he waited. The air was so tense that he could hear the hoarse breathing of the bartender beside him, and across the bar. So still was the air in the room that Bill Mabry's voice, low as it was, could be heard by all. "If they want it, Hanny, I'll take Star for you. He's right here under my gun." Levitt's eyes did not waver. Hanny saw the quick calculation in the big man's eyes, and then he saw the decision. Levitt was sharp, and this situation offered nothing for anybody. It was 2 and 2, and Mabry's position from the window, from which he spoke, commanded the situation perfectly, and he was just slightly behind both Levitt and Chubb. It was Pat who broke the stalemate. "Nobody does any shooting here unless it's me," he said flatly. "Mabry, stand where you are. Chubb, you take your hand away from that gun and get out of that door, face first. Star, you foller him. I ain't aimin' to put clean sawdust on this here floor again today. Now get!" He enforced his command with the twin barrels of a shotgun over the edge of the bar, and nobody had any argument with a shotgun at close quarters. A 6-gun warrants a gamble, but there is no gamble with a sawed-off scattergun. Chubb turned on his heel and strode from the room, and Star smiled suddenly, but his eyes were cold as they turned to Hanny. "You talk a good fight," he said. "We'll have to see what you're holding." "All right," Ross replied shortly. "I'll help you check the brands at Roundup." Levitt walked out, and then Bill Mabry put a foot through the open window and stepped into the bar. He grinned. "Is that job open?" Hanny laughed. "Friend, you've been working for me for the last 3 minutes," he declared warmly. "You 2 finish your drinks and pull out," Pat said dryly. "Powder smoke gives me a headache." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Gathered over the fire in the hollow atop the mesa crouched 3 men, not daring to use the partly constructed house, as the glow of the fire might attract attention. Here, in a more sheltered position, far back from the rim, they could talk in quiet, and without the fear of the fire attracting undue attention. Bert, whose leg was much better, was cooking. "It ain't all clear, Ross, but I think I've got the right idea. It looks like Levitt is engineering some kind of a steal, if Voyle, Dahl, and Perdue are in on it with him. I do know this. There's been a passel of hard cases coming into the valley here lately. They ain't tied in with the Box N or the RR by any means." "Sure, look at Streeter and Hansen," Mabry said. "They're with Pogue, but how far can he count on 'em? I think Streeter and Hansen will stay out of things if Levitt says to. I think he's cut the ground from under the feet of both men." Those brands I've looked at aren't intended to fool anybody, it seems to me, Hanny commented. I think Levitt plans to start trouble. It's my opinion that he'll blow the lid off of things just when the rest of them are standing by for the roundup. How many reliable hands has Vernon got? 3 or 4, Mabry replied. Dahl and his partner ran several off. A man sure don't feel comfortable working around a ranch with 2 hombres on the prod like that. What goes on around there? Hanny asked Mabry. You lived on the spread, and should know. Mabry shrugged. I sure don't know, he said honestly. It seems to be a lot of moving around at night on the spread, but Dahl or his partner are usually by the door, and they go out to see what's all about. Several times at night, riders have showed up here, leaving hard-ridden horses behind when they take off. No familiar brands but one, and that one I think I seen down Mexico way. Ross took the plate he was handed and dished up some frioles, and then accepted the coffee Bert poured for him. There seemed to be but one answer. He would have to do some night riding and look around a little. After all, there couldn't be too many possibilities. Well, Bert suggested at last, the roundup starts tomorrow. Before it's gone very far, we'll know a lot of things. From the rim of the mesa, they all watched the following morning. Reynolds' hands were rounding up cattle, driving them out of the timber and down into the flat. Some of the box end riders were part of the group. The weather was hot and dry, and dust rose in clouds. The cattle moved from the shade and ample water of the springs with reluctance. As always, it gave Ross a thrill to watch the cattle gathered and see a big herd moving. He kept back and out of sight, but took turns with Mabry at watching the work. Regardless of their sympathies, there were good cattlemen on both sides. The riders got the cattle out of the breaks and started them down valley to the accompaniment of many yells, much shouting back and forth, and the usual good-natured joking that was a part of any roundup crew. As far as Ross's glass was able to see, the same thing was happening everywhere. There would be several thousand head of stock to work in this roundup, and would have to move on down the range for many miles before completed. Mabry slid up alongside him at noon the second day. You want me to rep for you, or will you tackle it your own self? Hanny thought for a minute. We'll both go down, but we'll go loaded for bear. I think hell is going to break loose there before many days. If they start to fight, what do? Mabry asked keenly. Pull out. We don't have a battle with any of them. Not yet, we don't. But almost any of them might take a shot at us. When they see what's happened, and that I've got cattle on this range, they aren't going to be too happy about it. Have you seen Scott? Only for a minute or two. He's advising me to get more hands. But I don't want anybody killed. Neither you nor myself either. If there's only 3 of us, we'll play our cards the way we should, close to our belt. If there are more, we might take chances and get somebody killed. If they start a battle, pull out. Don't you rate that Levitt too low, Hanny. Mabry shook his head seriously. He's cold-blooded, and he'll do whatever he's a mind to get his way on this range. He isn't any use for either Pogue or Reynolds, but he's a sight worse than either of them. It was good advice, and the following day, when the two drifted down the mesa toward the roundup, Ross Hanley was thinking about it. Remember one thing, he advised Mabry. We may not be together all the time. Don't let yourself get sucked in. Hold to the outer edge all the time, and keep an eye on the hands that we've talked about, who we believe to be tied in with Levitt. I wouldn't be surprised at anything. If they start scattering out, or seem to be taking up any definite positions, ease out of there quick. Walt Pogue looked unhappy when he saw the two riding up, and then he brightened noticeably. You two hunt and work? I need some men. No, Hanny noted that Chalk Reynolds was riding over. I've come to rep for my brand. Pogue's head came down and his eyes squinted. He leaned toward them, and his somewhat thick lips parted. "Did you say your brand?" "That's right, the gallows frame." The big rancher's face went white, and then darkened with a surge of blood. He reined his horse around violently. "Who said you could run cattle on this range?" Ross Hanley shrugged. Chalk Reynolds looked as astonished and angry as Pogue. "Does anybody have to say so? It strikes me that this here is government land, and my stock has as much right to run on it as yours, and maybe more right." "You'll find there's a difference of opinion in that," Chalk Reynolds put in violently. "This range is overcrowded now. Tell that to Star Levitt. He's the one on it with 2 brands." This was obviously no news to either of them, but neither of them had anything to say for a minute, and then Reynolds said coldly, "Well, he'll be told. From what I hear, somebody's doing some mighty smooth work with a cinch ring." Ross hooked his leg around the saddle horn and began to dig the makings. "Reynolds, if you and Pogue will take a look at those altered brands, you'll see that whoever altered them doesn't give a hoot whether you know it or not. He's throwing it right in your face and asking what you intend to do." "I'll do plenty," Chalk bellowed. "There's going to be a new setup on this range after this roundup is over." "You throwing that at me?" Pogue demanded. Fury was building in the man, and he was staring at Reynolds with an ugly light in his eye. "Why don't you two either go at it or cut it out?" Hanley drawled. "Or are both of you afraid of Levitt? He's the hombre who's cutting in on you. He doesn't even bother to bring his own cows. He just brands yours." Ross chuckled, and Reynolds' face went white. He turned and said flatly, the rage trembling behind his even tones, "We might get together, Walt and I, just long enough to get shut of you." "Take first things first," Ross said. "And you'd better learn this now, Chalk. And you too, Pogue. I came here to stay. If you fellows stay here, I'll be right alongside you. If you go, I will still be here. I didn't come to this valley by chance. I came here on purpose, with a definite idea in mind. Any bet you make, I'll double it and raise. So anytime you want to get into the game with me, you just start the ball rolling, anytime you like." He struck a match and lighted his smoke, and then he dropped his leg back and kicked his foot into the stirrup. Coolly, and without a backward glance, he rode away. Bill Mabry was quiet for a minute or two, sitting there watching him ride. Pogue glared at him. "What's in this, Bill? You've always been a good man." "You listen to him," Mabry advised dryly. "He's a mucho malo hombre, if you get what I mean. But only when he's crossed. He's got no reason to like either of you, but he's got other things on his mind now. But in case either of you wonder where I stand, me and my 6-gun, we stand right alongside of Ross Hanley, and that's where you'll find Rolly Burt, too." "Burt?" Pogue's face flamed. "Where is that murdering son of a bitch?" Bill Mabry turned, his hand on the cantle of the saddle. "Listen. Why don't you find out why 2 of your men were gunning for him, Pogue? I'll bet you a paint pony you don't know. And why don't you, Chalk Reynolds, find out why none of your boys was in town that night to side Burt? Why did your nephew send him into town for a message?" Mabry turned and cantered his horse over to Ross. "I gave him some more," he said briefly, and explained. Hanley chuckled. "Their ears'll be buzzing for a week if they live that long. Some nice stock here, Bill, at that. How many head have you got out here?" "Not many. A couple of dozen head is all. Just something to make 'em unhappy." "Suppose they start to get sore? Reynolds and Pogue can both be mighty mean." "Well, we'll get meaner. I've got 'em cold-decked, Bill. Someday I'll tell you all about it. I've got them all cold-decked. The only way they can beat me in the long run is with hot lead." "Maybe, but that Star Levitt is poison. You think Pogue and Reynolds will get through this roundup without a fight?" "No, there's too much hard feelings amongst the boys. Somebody'll blow his top, and then the whole thing will bust up in a shooting match." Ross Hanley looked across the valley, watching this familiar scene with a little of the old lift within him. This was the roundup, the hardest work in a cowhand's life, and in many ways the highest point. They cussed the roundup, but they loved it. It was hot, dusty, full of danger from kicking hooves and menacing horns, but filled with good fellowship. And it was always fun. The waving sea of horns tossed and rolled and fell as the cattle milled, or the herd, starting to line out for somewhere, anywhere, was turned back on itself by some cowhand, quick to stop the movement. At such times the horns would send a long ripple of movement across the herd. Wild-eyed steers lunged for a getaway, but they were quickly harried back into the herd. At the branding pens, men were gathered, the sharp line of decantation between RR and Box N, a little broken here by the business of the day. Elsewhere, the men from the two big outfits drew off by themselves, worked together, and avoided contact with the rival ranch hands. Start Levitt, astride a magnificent white horse, was everywhere to be seen. For a time he was at the branding pens, and then he was circling the herd, and finally, sighting Ross Hanley and Mabry, he walked his horse toward them. Ross saw Mabry stiffen and his face tighten and grow cold. Certainly, there was no lost love here. "How are you, Hanny?" Levitt was easy, casual. He seemed to have completely forgotten the events of the day in the bit and bridle. He was clean-shaven as always, and as always he was immaculate. The dust of the roundup scarcely seemed to have touched him. Mabry, glancing at the two, was struck for the first time at something strikingly familiar between the two men. Only there was a subtle difference that drew the cowhand to Ross Hanley. Both were big men, Levitt the taller and heavier, and probably somewhat softer, but Ross was lean and hard. His rugged build seemed so lean as to belie his actual weight, which was probably some 200 pounds. Yet the faces of both men, there was the look of command. Hanny's manner was easy, even careless, yet there was something solid about him, something rock-like that was lacking in the brittle sharpness of Star Levitt. These two were shaped by nature to be enemies, two strong men with their faces turned in the same direction, yet backed by wholly varied thinking. The one ruthless and relentless, willing to take any advantage, willing to stop at nothing. The other hard, toughened by range wars and fighting, with a rough-handed fair play in the western plains, yet equally relentless. It could be something, Mabry thought, if they ever came together in a physical combat. Ross began building a smoke. "Looks like a good herd. You got many cows here?" "Quite a few." Levitt glanced at him sharply. "I heard you have some, too, that you're running the Gallows Frame brand." "That's right." Ross lighted his smoke and eased his seat on the Appaloosa. "It's a good brand." "It seems so. Strange that I hadn't heard of any cattle coming into the country lately. Did you pick yours up on the range?" At many times, in many places, such a remark would have meant shooting. After Hanny's equally insulting remarks in the bit and bridle, they were not important. These two knew that their time was coming, and neither was in a rush. Levitt was completely, superbly confident. Ross was hard and determined, his hackles raised by this man, his manner always verging on outright aggressiveness. "No, I didn't need to. Your pattern suits you, but mine suits me." He inhaled deeply and let the smoke trickle out through his nostrils. "My cattle were already here." The remark drew the response he wanted. It was a quick, nervous, irritable scowl from Levitt. "That's impossible," he said. "Only 3 brands on this range until I moved in." Hanny smiled, knowing that his smile and manner would infuriate Levitt. "Star," he drawled. "You're an hombre that figures he's right smart. And you might be, if you didn't figure the other fellow was all fired dumb. Men like you ain't got a chance to win in the long run. for any game for that reason. You take everybody for being loco or dumb as a month-old calf. You ride into everything full of confidence and sneers. You're like most crooks. You think everything will turn out all right for you. Why, you're so wrong it don't need any argument. You came into this country big and strong. You were going to be the boss. You saw Reynolds and Pogue. You figured them for easy marks. You maybe had something on the Vernons. I haven't figured that one out yet. But like so many crooks, you overlooked the obvious. Let me tell you something, my cutthroat friend, and get it straight. You lost this fight before you even started. You might win with bullets. That's still anybody's guess, but you'll lose. You're smart in lots of ways, and if you were really smart, you'd turn that horse of yours around and start out of this country, and never stop until you're 500 miles east of Tascosa. Levitt smiled, but the smile was forced. For the first time, the big man was uneasy, and yet it was only for a moment. I may not be as smart as I think, Hanny, but no 4-bit cowhand is going to outsmart me. Ross turned slightly. Bill, let's drift down toward the pens. I want to see what Reynolds and Pogue think of those altered brands. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Nonchalantly, Hanny turned his back on Levitt and started away. Mabry rode beside him, occasionally stealing a glance his way. Boss, you're sure turning a knife in that hombre. What are you aiming to do, force his hand? Something like that. It does me good just to goad him. But you keep your eyes open, because he's got something cooking now. I only wish. His brow creased with worry. I wish I knew what he had on the Vernons. You don't suppose she really cares for that hombre, do you? Mabry shrugged. I can guess what a fool cow will do. I can outguess a bronc, but keep me away from women. I never could read the sign right or follow their trail. Just when you think you can read the brand, they turn the other way, and it looks altogether different. Despite the growing sense of danger, the roundup was moving very well. Yet the tenseness of the riders for all brands was becoming increasingly evident. Several times Ross saw Sherry, but she avoided him. Bob Vernon was there, working like any of his men, and showing himself to be a fair hand, and a very willing one. Yet as his eyes roved the herd and searched the faces of the riders, Ross could see that under the heat, the irritating, confusing dust, the hard labor, tempers were growing quite short. On the third day, when the roundup had moved to the vicinity of Soledad, the break came. Ross had been trying to find a chance to talk to Sherry, and suddenly he saw it. The girl had been talking with Levitt, and she started away from him, riding toward the cottonwoods that marked the VV ranch house. Ross started after her, and noticed Curb Dahl, his hard, lupine face set grimly, staring after him. Dahl had drawn aside from the crowd and was building a smoke. Mabry, who'd been working hard all morning, was still in the center of things, but Voyle was saddling a fresh horse. Hanny overtook Sherry, and she looked up at him. He noticed for the first time how thin she had grown and how white her face was. Sherry? Surprisingly, his voice was unsteady. Wait a minute. She drew up, waiting for him, but he thought she waited without any desire for conversation. She said nothing as he rode alongside. Leaving so soon? She nodded. Starr said that the men were getting pretty rough with their talk, and they'd become more comfortable if I went in. I'd been hoping to have a chance to talk with you. You've been avoiding me. His eyes were accusing, but bantering. She looked at him directly then. Yes, Ross, I have. We must not see each other again. I'm going to marry Starr. And seeing you just won't do. You don't love him. The statement was flat and level, but she avoided his glance, and made no response. And suddenly she said, Ross, I've got to go. Starr insisted I leave right away. Hanny's eyes hardened.
Do you take orders from him? What is this anyway? Are you a slave? Haven't you got a chance to make up your own mind?" Her face reddened as she was about to make a quick and probably angry retort, when her remark hit him. He seized her wrist. "Sherry, you say that Star insisted that you leave right now?" "Yes." She was astonished and puzzled by his expression. He said. The remark trailed off, for Ross Hanley had turned sharply in his saddle. Curb Dahl had finished his cigarette. Voyle was fumbling with his saddle girth. And for the first time Hanley noticed that he carried a rifle in his saddle scabbard, a rifle within inches of his hands. Ross's eyes strayed for the white horse, and found it on the far side. He turned quickly. "Sherry, he's right. Get back to the ranch as fast as you can, and don't leave it." He wheeled his horse and started back toward the branding pens at a rapid canter, hoping he would be in time. A small herd of cattle was drifting down toward the pens, and behind it were Streeter and Rep Hansen. As he drew up on the edge of the branding, Mabry was just straightening up from slapping a brand on a steer. "Bill!" Hanny had to call 3 times before Mabry heard him, and then the red-headed cowhand turned and walked toward him. "Look out, Bill! It's coming!" His remark might have been a signal, for Emmett Chubb, sitting his horse near the corral on the outside of the pole fence, spoke up and pointed his remark at Riggs, a box end rider. "You're all feet, or are you just really naturally dumb?" Riggs looked up sharply. "What's the matter with you, Chubb? I haven't seen you down here doing any work." Riggs was a slim, hard-faced youngster and a top hand. His anger was justifiable, and he was not thinking or caring who or what Chubb was. Riggs had worked while the gunman lounged in his saddle, carrying his perpetual sneer. "Shucks," Chubb said. "You box end hands done enough work before the roundup, slapping brands on everything in sight. Bunch of tin-horn cow thieves." "You're a liar," Riggs snapped, and Chubb's hand flashed for his gun. At that, Riggs almost made it. His gun was coming up when Chubb's first shot smashed him in the middle. He staggered back, gasping fiercely, struggling to get his gun up. Instantly, the branding pens were bursting with gunfire. Mabry swung into the saddle and whipped his horse around the corner of the stock pens, and he and Ross Hanley headed for the timber. "It's their fight," Mabry said bitterly. "Let 'em have it." "Look!" Hanley was pointing. Mabry glanced over his shoulder as the firing burst out, and his face went hard and cold. Streeter and Hansen, from their saddles, had opened up on Pogue and Reynolds. Voyle was firing over the saddle of his horse, and the cattle were scattering in every direction. Dust arose in a thick cloud, and from it came the scream of a man in agony, and then another burst of firing. Mabry gasped out an oath. The freckles were standing out against the dead white of his face. Pogue's own men turned on him. "Yep." Ross Hanley hurled a cigarette into the dust. "We'd better light a shuck. I think they intended to get us, too." The crash of guns stopped suddenly, but the scene was obscured by dust from the crazed cattle and excited horses. Ross saw a riderless horse, stirrups flapping, come from the dust cloud, head high and reins trailing. Behind them there was a single shot, and then another. Finally, with miles behind them, Mabry looked over at Ross. "I feel like a coyote, running away from a fight like that, but it sure wasn't none of ours." Hanny nodded grimly. "I saw it coming, but I never guessed it would break out just like that. It couldn't be stopped without killing Levitt." "You think he engineered it?" "Sure." Hanny explained how Levitt had started Cherry home, and how his riders had moved out from the working men's group to good firing positions. Chubb had his orders. He deliberately started to fight when he got the signal. "I'll get him if it's the last thing I do," Mabry said bitterly. "That Riggs was a good hand. We hunted strays together. There was nothing we could have done but stay there and die, and we've got other things to do, Bill. We've got to see that Levitt's plans go haywire, and that he gets his deserts. When we get the Vernons out from underneath him, Star will have the country sewed up now. But no one able to buck him but us. He'll rave when he finds out that we got away. As far as Reynolds and Pogue, Mabry said, I can't feel no sorrow. They were a couple of murdering wolves, but they had some good men riding for 'em. Mabry scowled. I wonder what Levitt will do now. He's got the range sewed up, with them two out of the way, and the Vernons knuckling under to him. Ross frowned. He'd thought about that over and over, and he believed that he knew the answer. We'll have to wait and see, he said. I'm right curious myself. He'll hunt us, and we'll have to lay low. He'll blame the whole thing on the feud between the big outfits, and claim he was just an innocent bystander. What about the riders? Mabry protested. Some of them will tell the truth. Bill, Hanny said, I'll lay a good bet that none of them know. We knew pretty well what was coming. Moreover, we got off to one side with a clear view. Down there, among the stampeding cows, the dust, and the shooting, I'll bet the ones who are alive don't know. Moreover, I'll bet most of them drift out of the country. And if they don't drift, Levitt will probably see that they do. From his standpoint, it's foolproof. Remember, too, that Levitt's gunmen were men from both outfits. If he kills like that, Mabry asked, what chance have 3 men got? The best chance, Bill. We're still honest men, even if the only law is the gun law. We'll wait and see what Levitt does, but I imagine the first thing he'll do is clean up the loose ends. He may even call in the law from the outside so that he'll be in the clear with a clean bill of health. Rolly Burt was waiting for them when they rode in. What happened? He demanded. Did the lid blow off? I heard shooting. Briefly, Hanny explained. The fight would have come, I expect, even if Levitt hadn't planned it. How many were killed? No tellin'. I doubt if so many. Enough to warrant Levitt playing the big honest man who wants to keep the peace. Down there in the dust, I doubt if anybody scored many good shots. Too much confusion and too many running cattle. Riggs is probably dead. Murdering coyotes? Bert limped to the fire. Set neat, I've got the grub ready. He dished up the food and then straightened, fork in hand. Ross, what happened to Chalk? Hanny did not look up. He's sure to be dead. So's Pogue. Even Sid Perdue was shooting at them. Killed his own uncle, or lent a hand. Chalk was no good, but no man deserves that. Bert looked up suddenly. Boss, while you two were gone, I done some stumping around to loosen the muscles in this here game leg. And guess what I found? What? Hanny dished up a forkful of beans and then looked over it at Rolly, struck by something in his tone. That rumbling in the rock. I found out what causes it, he said. And man, when you see it, your hair will stand on end, I'm telling you. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Yawning, Ross Hanley opened his eyes to look through the aspen leaves at a cloudless sky. The vast expanse of blue stretched above them, as yet unfired by the blazing heat of the summer sun. He rolled out of his sugan and dressed, trying to keep his feet out of the dew covering the grass. Bill Mabry stuck a head of bristling red hair, all standing on end, out of his blankets, and stared unhappily at Hanny. Rolly, he complained, what can a man do when his boss gets up so early? It ain't neither fittin' nor right, I say. Pull your head back in then, you sorrel-topped bronc, Hanny growled. I'm going to have a look at the valley, and then Rolly can roll out and scare us up some chuck. How about this all-fired rumblin'? Mabry sat up. I heard it again last night. It gives a man the creeps. Bert sat up and looked around for his boots. He rubbed his unshaven jowls, as he did every morning, and muttered, Dang it, I need a shave. Never seen you when you didn't. Mabry thrust his thumb through a hole in his sock and swore. and then pulled it on. You need a haircut, too. Ugly, that's what you are. What a thing to see when you first wake up. Lucky you never hitched up with no girl. She would have had you curried and combed to fare thee well. Ross left them arguing, and picking up his glass, walked to the nest of boulders he used for a lookout. Settling down on his stomach in the sand, he pointed the glass down the valley. At first, all seemed serene and beautiful. The morning sunlight sparkled on the pool below, and the sound of running water came to his ears. Somewhere far off, a cow bawled. He swept the edges of the trees close at hand, studied the terrain below, and then bit by bit he eased his line of quest up until he was looking well downrange toward the Soledad Trail. The sun felt good on his back, and he squirmed to shift his position a little, leveled the glass, and then froze. A group of horsemen was coming up the trail toward Thousand Springs, riding slowly. Star Levitt, he made out, was not among them. As they drew nearer, he picked out the first one, and then another. They were led by Sid Perdue, and Curb Dahl and Voyle were with him. Also, Emmett Chubb and half a dozen other riders. As they drew rein below him and let their horses drink, a few words drifted up to him. This time they were making no secret of their conversation. In the bright morning air, their words were, for the most part, plain enough. "Beats all where he got to," Dahl replied. "I never did see Star so wrought up about anything as when he found that they'd got clean away. He must have turned over everything in the flat a-hunting them. Refused to believe they got away. Golly, was he mad." "He's a bad man to cross," Streeter commented. "I've never seen him mad before. He goes crazy." Chubb hung at one edge of the group, taking no part in their talking. His eyes strayed from Perdue from time to time. Finally, he swung down and walked up to one of the springs for a drink. When he came back, wiping his mouth, his eyes shifted from one to the other. "Some things about this that I don't like," he said. There was no reply. Watching, Ross had the feeling that Chubb expressed this view to more than one of them. Sid idly flicked his quirt at the mesquite. "Well, you can't say he ain't thorough," he said grimly. Chubb looked around. "Yeah," he agreed sarcastically, "but how thorough? Where does his being thorough stop? You ever start to figure that?" "He had me primed to start the play by gunning Riggs. As he had Riggs pegged as a hothead who would go for his gun if pushed. Well, I hadn't no use for Riggs my own self, but he never told me what was to come after. It was pure luck that I didn't get killed." "Where do you reckon that Hanny went?" Dahl demanded, changing the subject. "And where did Rolly Burt go?" Voyle asked. "You ask me, that Ross Hanley is nobody's fool. He and Mabry sure got shut of those branding pens in a hurry. They lit out like who flung the chuck. Maybe he left the country." "He sure didn't," Chubb said bitterly. "He wants my scalp. And he'll not leave if I read his tracks right." "He called the boss a couple of times," Voyle said. "Pogue, too. Don't seem to take no water for nobody." Sid Perdue's eyes shifted from face to face, waiting for someone to mention his own fuss with Hanny, but they avoided his eyes. "I'd say the thing to do would be stop chasing all over the country and keep an eye on that Kinney feller. He was right friendly with Hanny, they tell me." "Or Sherry Vernon," Dahl sneered. "I think the boss is bucking a stacked deck with her." Watching from the mesa and listening to the faint sound of their voices, Ross could see Curb Dahl's eyes shifting from man to man. He shook his own head, disgusted. They talk too much, he told himself. That Dahl will tell Levitt every word or I miss my guess. He wasn't planted on the VV for nothing. Long after the group rode away, he lay there restlessly, hoping for some sight of Sherry, but there was none. More than he cared to admit, he was worried about her. Star Levitt had been revealed as much more than just a ruthless man. He was a more cruel man than he had believed. Perhaps, of them all, Emmett Chubb was the nearest to correct in his estimation of Levitt's character. There was small chance that he would ever allow any of that group below to escape the valley and talk or repeat what they knew over too many glasses of whiskey. He was thorough, and he would be thorough enough and hard enough to carry out what he had started. Yet there was little Hanny could do until Levitt's next move was revealed. Pogue and Reynolds were gone, and the Ruby Hills country lay in the big man's palm. Hanny longed for a talk with Scott, for the old storekeeper was a shrewd judge of men, and he listened much and heard everything. Returning to the fire, he joined Bert and Mabry in eating a quick breakfast. "Now," he said as he finished his last cup of coffee, "we'll see what you've got to show us, and then Mabry and me, we'll go down into the lava and push out some more cows. We gotta keep Levitt sweating." Bert, whose legs were rapidly returning to normal, led them through the aspens to the open mesa, and then along its top toward a jumbled maze of boulders that blocked off any approach from the northwest, except by the narrow trail that Hanny used in coming and going. The way Bert took followed a dim pathway into the boulders and ended at a great leaning slab of granite, under which there was a dark, chilling opening. "Come on," he said, "we're going down there." He'd brought with him several bits of candle, and now he passed one to each of them. They stooped and crept into the hole. The air felt damp inside. There was a vast, cavernous feeling, as of a dark, empty space. Holding their candles high, they saw that they were on a steep floor that led away ahead of them, going down and down and down into an abysmal darkness, from which came the faint sound of falling water. Bert hobbled ahead of them, and they descended 70 or 80 feet below the level of the mesa above. When he paused on the rim of a black hole, leaning forward, Ross Hanley saw a bottomless blackness from which there came at intervals a strange sighing, and then a low rumble. "We've got maybe 10 minutes, the way I figure it," Bert said, "and then, to be on the safe side, we've got to get out." He knelt and touched the neck of the edge at the hole. "Look at how smooth. Water done that. Water fallen on it for years and years. I tried to time it yesterday, and it seems to come about every 3 hours. Pressure must build up away down inside the mountain somehow, and then she blows a cork, and water comes a-spoutin' and a-spumin' out of this hole. She shoots clear up, nigh to the roof, and she keeps spoutin' for maybe 3-4 minutes, and then dies away, and that's the end." "Well, I'm doggoned," Mabry exclaimed. "I've heard about this place. The Injuns used to call it Talkin' Mountain. Heard the Navajos speak of it afore I ever come up here. Stones come up on that water, too, and water fills this whole room, just a-boilin' and a-roarin'. But that ain't all. Look up there." He stepped back and pointed, and moving away from the rim, they looked up. High above them, in the vaulted top of the cave, were several ragged holes. Back in the trees, too. A man could walk right into them if he wasn't careful. And he'd go right on through into that, or else break a leg and lie there on the rim until the water came. "Ugly looking," Ross said. "Let's get out of here." They turned and started out, but then from behind them came a dull, mounting rumble. "Run!" Bert's face was panic-stricken. "Here it comes!" He lunged forward and, scrambling, fell full length on the steep trail. Hanny stooped and grabbed the man, but he was a big and powerful man, and unless Bill Mabry had not grabbed the other arm, they never would have gotten him up out of the steep hole in time. They scrambled out into the sunlight, their faces pale. Below and behind them, they heard the pound and rumble of boulders, and the roar of water tumbling into that vast and empty cavern. "That," Mabry said dryly, "is a good place to keep out of." When they returned to the camp, Bert started for his horse. "I'll saddle up," he said, "and help you hombres. I've been loafing long enough." "You stay here." Ross turned and grinned at him. "You keep an eye on the springs. as I have a hunch we'll have more visitors. This is just a 2-man job. Tomorrow, if we need help, you can go, and we'll leave Bill behind, or I'll stay."
Mabry had little to say on the ride into the lava beds, but Hanny was just as pleased, for his thoughts were busy with Sherry and the situation in the valley and at Soledad. He made up his mind that he would take a chance and slip into town. Then he could talk to Scott or Kinney, and he'd be able to find out just what was taking place. He had no idea what had happened, beyond the few words that he could catch from the conversation of the posse searching for him. But Scott would know all that had happened. On second thought, it would be wiser to see only Scott, for chances were that Kinney would be watched. Already the connection with him would be formed in Star Levitt's mind. The work in the lava beds was hot and tiring. The wild cattle fought like devils, and branding them was a slow task, and a hazardous one for the 2 men. Yet, by nightfall, they'd branded enough of them to warrant their work. They camped at night in the canyon, and the following morning started the cattle out through the deep crevice toward the open range. Once they had them started toward Thousand Springs, they returned to the mesa where Rolly was waiting for them. "I took a ride in last night," he volunteered. "Been going stale laying around. I talked to Kinney a little, but they're watching him." "What happened?" Hanny's irritation at Bert's gamble was lost in his eagerness for news. "Well, Levitt seems to be having everything his own way. He made Emmett Chubb the sheriff, and says it's going to be necessary to be strict until they've rid themselves of the lawless elements, which probably means us. I talked to Scott, and he sure wants to see you. Sherry Vernon ain't been seen in town since the fight, and Bob only once. And then he came and hightailed it out of there. Levitt, he sent for outside law." "He did what?" "He sent for some outside law. Says he aims to have this Reynolds and Pogue feud cleared up, and he wants you caught. Says you're a rustler, and maybe have had more than one little hand in the killings at the stock pens. He wants the blame fixed, he says, and the story's around." Bert cleared his throat and then avoided Hanny's eyes. "That there will be a wedding out at the VV pretty soon." Ross stared at the fire. So that was it. Now he would marry Sherry Vernon, and the VV would be in his name, as well as in appearances, for once they were married, he would know how to handle Bob. If Hanny was to do anything, it must be done soon. It must be done now. Howsoever, there seems to be some talk around. Sid Perdue ain't happy with the new setup. Curb Dahl is the foreman at the VV, and Chubb is the sheriff. Bob Streeter is the foreman at the RR, and they say Perdue fair raised mischief over that, but Levitt told him that he would be taken care of. "I reckon that's what he's scared of," Mabry said dryly. "I know what I'd do if Star Levitt said that I was to be taken care of. I'd either get me a shot at Star Levitt or a fast horse out of the country." "Well, Perdue ain't leaving, not willin' anyway. I reckon Star is anxious to have everything lookin' ship-shape for the law when it comes up. They'll be glad to get shut of the trouble anyway, and if things look pretty, they'll leave them as they be." Ross pondered the news. Certainly Levitt's position was good. He was a smooth-talking man with a good outward appearance, and if everything looked settled and calm, the outsiders would go away. The valley would be safely in Levitt's hands, and Ross Hanley would be declared an outlaw and hunted by forces of the law wherever he happened to appear. It was, apparently, time to come off the mesa and enter the game once more. Suddenly, he knew exactly what he was going to do. "Something else," Bert added. "There's a lot of talk around about those steers of yours. Seems to be a lot of difference of view as to where they come from. No other brands on 'em, but full-growed steers. There's a rumor around that you've had a herd in the hills for some time." "Bill," Ross said thoughtfully, "there's been some talk about another man on the VV spread. And when I was out there, I saw a small cabin off across the wash.
You know anything about that?" "No, I don't know anything at all. There's something mighty peculiar about that cabin, and none of us ever went near it but Star or Curb Doll." Mabry leaned back against a tree and built a smoke. "Doll, he acted mighty skittish around that cabin his own self." When morning came again to the Ruby Hills, Ross Hanley mounted the Appaloosa and started by a winding route toward Soledad. He had no intention of getting there before dark, unless it could be managed without being seen. While he was about it, he would investigate that mysterious cabin, and learn once and for all if it had anything to do with Sherry and her attitude toward Levitt. The trail he was using was the same used on previous trips, a trail that lay along a concealed route through the timber, mountain, and chaparral. It was the trail of which he'd learned from the same source as provided the story of the cattle, the lava beds, and the mesa. This might well be the last time he would travel it, for he needed no additional warning to let him know that every man's hand would be against him in Soledad. His own position in the valley was a good one, but it must be backed by gunpowder, and he could not match Levitt as to numbers. However, Levitt himself was bringing the law in, and the law outweighed brute force of any outlaw, or the tricks of any criminal working beyond it. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Circling around Soledad, he cut down through the chaparral to a position on the point of the ragged hills that overlooked the VV. And then, glass in hand, he took a comfortable position where he could watch all movement on the ranch, and began a systematic survey of the entire area below. The isolated cabin he located without trouble, and he studied it for a long time, watching for any evidence of life, but found none. The cabin looked bare and lonely, and no smoke came from its small chimney, nor did anyone approach it. Obviously, the cabin held something, or someone, of great importance to Levitt, or it would not be kept so secret. After a careful survey of the ranch buildings, he decided the door of the cabin was not actually in view of the ranch house, and for that view was cut off by the stable and several large stacks of hay for feeding the saddle stock through the winter months. Curb Doll was loitering around the ranch yard, and he was wearing 2 guns, but no one else was in view. Once, as dusk drew nearer, he saw Bob Vernon come to the door of the house and stare off toward town. But he turned then, without coming outside, and walked back. But in that moment, when he stood by the door, Doll had walked hastily forward and stood facing him, for all the world like a prison guard. The evening faded and the stars came out, and from away on the desert a soft wind picked up and began to blow gently. Back over the mountains lay a dark curtain of cloud, black and somber. As he glanced that way, Hanny saw its bulging billows darting with sudden lightning, and once, like a whimper of far-off trumpets, he heard the distant sound of thunder. He waited there, his ears attuned to every sound, his eyes roving over the ranch and all of its approaches. In what he saw and heard now, his life might depend, for in a matter of minutes he was going down there. Yet aside from the restless roving of Curb Doll, there was no evidence of life about the ranch until light came on. And when that light brightened the windows, Ross got to his feet and brushed the sand from his clothes and stretched. Then, leading his horse, he came off the hill, concealed from the ranch by the point of the ridge on which he had waited. He took a winding route up the sandy wash toward the ranch, stopping from time to time to listen once more, and then moving on. In the shadows back of the stable, he let the horse stand, reins falling. With a light touch on the shoulder and a whisper of warning, nothing now but Hanny's own shrill whistle would move him from the spot. Loosening his guns in their holsters, Ross Hanley took a deep breath and turned his eyes on the lonely cabin. Then he went down the gully and started for the cabin door. Stark and alone on the knoll it stood, a gloomy little building. It seemed somehow ominous and strange. Nearby he crouched in the darkness, listening for any sound of movement that might warn him of a possible occupant. Wind whispered around the eaves, and from the ranch house itself there came a rattle of dishes, the sound made plain by the cool night air. Here at the cabin all was silence, only the window was covered with a fragment of sacking, so after a long minute he moved to the door. His heart pounded against his ribs, and his mouth felt dry. He paused, flattened against the building, and listened once more. Only the wind made a sound to be heard, a soft sighing that seemed to whisper of the impending rain. The clouds towered in the sky now, higher and closer, and the rumble of thunder was close, like a lonely lion, growling in its chest as he paced in his cage. Carefully, his hand went to the knob. In the darkness, the metal seemed strangely chill. His right hand moved back to his gun butt, and then, ever so carefully, he turned the knob. It was locked. Gently, he released the knob, the pause irritating him. He'd built himself up to a crisis that was frustrating, in this most obvious of ways. The piling up of suspense had made him reckless, and a glance toward the ranch assured that he was unobserved, and probably could not be seen against the blackness along the cabin wall. This was a puzzle that he must solve, and now was the time. There might never be another. Behind the locked door might lie the answer to the mystery, and he moved forward suddenly and placed his shoulder against the flimsy panel. Light streamed from the bunkhouse windows, too, and from the ranch there came only the continuing rattle of dishes, and once a loud splash as someone threw water out onto the ground. Taking the knob in his hand, he turned it, and then putting his shoulder to the door and digging his feet into the earth, he began to push. The construction was flimsy enough. Evidently, whatever was kept there was guarded by Doll or his partner. Hanny relaxed, took a deep breath, and then putting his shoulder against the door again, he shoved hard. Something cracked sharply, and he drew back, hand on his gun, waiting and listening. From within there came no sound, and from the ranch all was normal. He put his shoulder again to the door and heaved, and this time the damage had been done, and the door came open so suddenly that he sprawled on his hands and his knees inside. Cat-like he wheeled, back to the door and gun in hand, his eyes wide for the darkness. He stared about. A light wind caught the sacking with a ghostly hand and stirred it faintly. Lightning flashed, and the room was bare before him for an instant. A wooden chair on its side, a worn table with an empty basin, a cot covered with odorous blankets, and against the wall, several stacks of boxes. Puzzled, Hanny crossed to them. They were not heavy. He hesitated to risk the screech of a drawn nail, but by this time he was almost beyond caring. With his fingers he got a grip on one of the boards that made up the box and pulled hard. It held, and then, as he strained, it came loose. If it made any sound, it was lost in the convenient rumble of thunder. Inside the box there was more sacking, and then, when that was parted, several round cans. Slightly larger, but not unlike a snuff can. Lifting one to his nostrils, he sniffed curiously. And from the box came that strange, pungent, half-forgotten odor. So that's it, he thought, and then he scowled into the darkness. It did not clarify the position of Sherry or her brother, and yet his heart seemed to go empty within him. Maybe it did. Pocketing several of the boxes, he replaced the boards as well as he could, and turned the box to conceal the more obvious damage, and then slipped outside and pulled the door closed behind him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he returned to his horse, whispered reassuringly, and then went around the stable toward the house.
Nearby was a window, and he moved up under the trees and looked through into what was the dining room of the ranch house. 3 people sat at the table, Bob and Sherry Vernon, and at the head of the table, Star Levitt. The window was slightly open, and he could hear their voices. Levitt was speaking. "Yes, I think that's the only solution, my dear." His tone was suave, cruel, but decisive. "We shall be married in this house on Monday, you understand." "You can't get away with this," Bob burst out angrily, but the undercurrent of hopelessness was in his voice, and it was quite plain. "It's a devil of a thing. Sherry hates you. What sort of mind can you have?" "Sherry will change." Levitt smiled across the table at her. "I promise you both she will change. Also, it will be convenient for her to be my wife. She cannot testify against me, and I scarcely believe that with her as my wife, you'll care to bring any charges, Bob. Also, I'll have control of the ranch, and as the others are in my hands, the situation is excellent. I've a good notion, too." Bob's voice trailed off into sullenness. "Have you?" Levitt glanced up, his eyes ugly. "Listen, Vernon, don't give me any trouble. You're in this deeper than I am. You've got murder against you, as well as smuggling. If I'm ever exposed, you know that you and Sherry will both go down with me. And what will your precious father think then, with his fine family pride and his bad heart?" "Shut up!" Bob cried angrily. He leapt to his feet. "If it weren't for Dad, I'd kill you with my bare hands." "Really, Bob," Sherry said quietly, "perhaps we should talk this over. I'm not so sure that prison for both of us wouldn't be more preferable to being married to Star." Levitt's face went white and dangerous. "You're flattering," he said dryly, striving to retain his composure. "What, if I may ask, would happen to Bob if I hadn't gotten him away from that mess and brought him here? The killing of Clyde Audrey was no ordinary killing." "Audrey?" Ross Hanley's eyebrows drew together, and he strained his ears to hear more. "Yes, I think I would have earned your gratitude," Levitt continued. "Instead, I find you falling for that drifting cowhand." Sherry Vernon's eyes lifted from her plate. "Star," she said coolly, "you could never understand, through that vast ego of yours, that Ross Hanley is several times the man you could ever have been, even if you hadn't become a thief and a blackmailer of women." Hanley's heart leaped, and his lips tightened. In that instant he would cheerfully have gone through the window, glass and all, and given his life if it would have helped. Yet even in his elation at her praise of him, he could not help but admire the coolness and composure. Her manner was quiet and poised. He stared into the window, his heart pounding, and then she lifted her eyes and looked straight into his. For an instant that seemed an eternity, their eyes held. In hers he saw hope leap into being, and then her eyes suddenly masked, and she turned her head, passing something to her brother, with an idle comment that ignored Levitt completely. "Well," she said after a minute, her voice sounding just a tone louder, "everything is all right for the time. At least I have until Monday." He drew back. That message was for him, and between now and Monday was a lifetime. 3 whole days. 3 days in which many things might be done. In which she might be taken from here. In which he might even kill Star Levitt. For he knew now that was what he would do if worse came to worst. He'd never actually hunted down a man with the purpose of killing him, but he knew that was just what he would do if there was no other way out. Tiptoeing to the corner of the house, Ross started for the stable and his horse. And then suddenly, as he stepped past the last tree, a huge cottonwood, a man stepped out. "Say, you got a match?" It was Curb Dahl. Recognition came to them at the same instant, and the man let out a startled yelp and grabbed for his gun. There was no time to grapple with the man, no chance for a quick, soundless battle. Too much space intervened, so there was only one chance.
Even as Doll's hand grasped his gun, Hanny plucked out his own gun and fired. Flame stabbed from the muzzle, and then a second stab of fire. Doll took a hesitant step forward, his gun half out, and then the gun belched flame, shooting a hole through the bottom of the holster, and Doll topped forward onto his face. Behind Doll, the bunkhouse door burst open, and there was a shout from the ranch itself, as quickly as Ross had ducked around the stable and hit the saddle running. The Appaloosa knew an emergency when he felt one, and he lit out, running like a scared rabbit. A gun barked and then another, but nothing in that part of the country could catch the Appaloosa when he started going places in a hurry, and that was just what he was doing. On the outskirts of Soledad, with the pounding hooves of pursuit far behind, Hanny leapt the horse over a gully and took to the desert, weaving a pattern of tangled tracks into a trail where cattle had been, then cutting back into the scattered back alleys of Soledad, leaving town a few minutes later, crossing a shale slide, and then swinging around the butte to hit his old trail for Thousand Springs Mesa. "Rio, you've saved my neck tonight, and we took a scalp. I'd as soon never take another, but if we have to, let them all be hombres like Dal." Yet, what was the murder charge against Bob Vernon? And what was their connection with the smuggling in the cans of opium that he'd found in the cabin? He'd known the smell the instant he lifted the can to his nostrils, for it's a smell that one does not soon forget. He remembered it from a visit a few years before to some of the dives along the Barbary coast. And now he must think. Somehow, some way, he must free Sherry from this entanglement. And as a last resort, he would do it if he must, by facing Star Levitt with a gun. End of Chapter 14.
Chapter 15. Hanny's course was clear. Whatever other plans he might have had must be shelved, and this whole situation brought in the open by Monday. Studying the situation carefully, he could see little hope. Unless the sheriff and the investigating officers from the outside arrived on Monday, then he could present his case. But Levitt would take every measure to avoid that, and his only chance would be to get into town before time. On Sunday night, in absolute blackness, the three rode down the back trail toward Soledad. Outside the town, they slackened their pace. Ross turned in the saddle as Bert and Mabry came up beside him. He gestured toward the town. "It looks quiet enough. I'm going to leave my horse at May's. You two leave your horses there, too. Put them in the stable, and then you two hide out in the stable. I'm going first. You follow in a few minutes. I want to see Scott, and he'll go get Alan for me. If the worst comes to the worst, there is no other way. I'm gunning for Star. I'd rather die myself than see that girl forced to marry him. Or see him win after all this murder and deceit. However, I may give myself up when the sheriff gets here." Mabry nodded thoughtfully. "Who are these hombres Levitt's bringing in, Ross? Are they really the law?" "Yeah. You see, he calls Chubb the sheriff. Actually, he's only just a town marshal. The county seat is over 100 miles away by trail, and there's no deputy up here. Star Levitt is shrewd. He knows that sooner or later some word of this scrap will get out. Somebody on a stage or somewhere will talk. Chances are they already have. Well, so he sends to the governor for an investigating officer, wanting this whole thing cleared up. That puts him on the map as a responsible citizen. He'll do the talking, and the men he selects will back him up, and the whole situation will be smoothed over. Chances are that one of his men will be made deputy sheriff. Then the investigating officers will go back to the capital, and Levitt's in a nice spot. If any trouble comes up, they'll always remember him. Apparently rich, a stable citizen, a man who called on the law. They wouldn't believe a thing against him. His skirts will be clear, and we three will be outlawed. Somehow, we've got to block that and expose the true state of affairs.
"What's this joker you said you had?" Mabry asked. "Wait, that will do for the showdown. Nobody knows about that but myself and Scott. We'll have this whole show well sewed up." He was the first to move forward, walking the Appaloosa through the encircling trees to May Ashton's cabin on the edge of Soledad. There was no one in sight, but a light glowed in the cabin. He moved up and led his horse into the stable and left it there. Then he slipped along the wall of the house until he could glance into a window. The waitress was inside and alone. She opened the door at his tap, and he slipped inside. "You," she gasped. "We were wondering how to get word to you. Star Levitt is marrying Sherry tomorrow." "I know. What about the officers from the capital?" "They'll be in tomorrow, too, in the morning. The sheriff is coming up from the county seat, and some attorney from the capital named Ward Clymer. And 2 state rangers are coming with them. I've heard it all discussed in the restaurant." "They will have a hearing? Where?" "In the lobby of the hotel. It's the only place large enough, aside from the bit and bridle. And I heard Voyle talking with Sid Perdue about it. Incidentally," she added quickly, "there's a warrant out for your arrest. Emmett Chubb has it. They want you for the killing of Kerb Dahl. Was that you?" "Uh-huh. But it was a fair shake. In fact, he went for his gun first. I had no choice but to shoot." "Well, the order is out to shoot you on sight, and they have reward posters ready to go out tomorrow morning. They'll be all over town for the officers to see when they come in. You're wanted for murder, dead or alive, and they're offering $1,000. Ross smiled wryly. "That will make it worse. $1,000 is money enough to start blood hunters out. Now listen, I'm going to Scott, and I'm going to go now. Mabry and Bert will be in here soon, and they'll hide in the stable. They'll be standing by in case of emergency. I'll try to communicate with you in case of really serious trouble, and then you can get word to them. I intend to give myself up to the officials and make them hold a preliminary hearing right here. I can talk them into that, I think, and then we can get the facts out in front of them." "Ross, don't plan on anybody siding you," May said quickly. "Chubb has been around town with Hanson, and they've frightened everybody. You can't depend on a soul. I don't even know whether I'd have nerve enough to back you up. But I'm afraid Alan will. He's that kind." The street was dark when Ross Hanley stepped out of May's cabin. He did not try to keep out of sight, realizing that such an attempt, if seen, would be even more suspicious. He walked rapidly down the street, staying in the deep shadows, but walking briskly along. Scott was the man he must see. He must get to him at once. And he would know what to do. Also, it would be a place to hide. Glancing across the street, he saw 6 horses standing at the hitch rail, in front of the bit and bridle. There was light flooding in from the windows, and the sound of loud laughter from within. A man opened the door and stumbled drunkenly into the street, and for a moment Ross hesitated, feeling uneasy. The street was altogether too quiet, and there was too little movement. He turned at right angles and went between a couple of buildings, and then started for the back door of Scott's place. Once he thought he glimpsed a movement in the shadows and hesitated, but after watching and seeing nothing more, he went up to the back door and tapped gently. The door opened and he stepped in. Scott glanced at him and alarm sprang into his eyes. "Set down," he said. "Set down. You've sure been stirring up a pile of trouble, Hanny." He poured a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. "Drink that," he said quietly. "It'll do you good." Scott stared at him as he lifted the cup. "Big trouble's gonna break loose, Scott," Hanny said. "I hope I can handle it." His ears caught a subtle whisper of movement outside, and his eyes lifted, and then his face went to a dead, sickly white. Scott had a shotgun, and its twin barrels were pointed right at his stomach. "Sit tight, son," he said sternly. "A move and I'll cut you in two." And then he lifted his voice. All right out there, come in, I've got 'em. The door burst open and Emmett Chubb sprang into the room, and with him was Voyle, Tolman, and Alan Kinney. Chubb's eyes gleamed and his pistol lifted. Well, Mr. Ross Hanley, who's top dog now? Hold it! Scott's shotgun made a sharp movement. You take her easy, Emmett Chubb. This man is my prisoner. I'm claiming the reward right now. Moreover, I'm holding him alive for Levitt. You will not, Chubb snarled. I'll kill the dirty dog. Not unless you want a blast from this shotgun, Scott snapped. The old outlaw's blue eyes sparked. Nobody's beaten me out of my money. Kinney here, he has a finger in it, maybe, because he tipped me off. But you take him away from me over my dead body. Baffled, Chubb stared from one to the other. He's right, Emmett, Kinney agreed. He got to him first. Ross Hanley stood flat-footed, staring from Kinney to Scott. Sold out, he sneered. I might have suspected it. Kinney flushed, but Scott shrugged. $1,000 is a lot of money, boy. I've seen men killed for a sight less. Let's take him off to jail, then, Chubb said. This ain't no place for him. He stays right here, Scott said harshly. He's my prisoner until Levitt gets him, and then Levitt can do what he's a mind to do. Nobody's beating me out of that money. Stay here and help guard if you want. But you don't forget for 1 minute that he's my prisoner, 'cause this shotgun won't forget it. Kinney slipped around behind Hanley and lifted his guns. Reluctantly, Hanley backed into a corner and was tied to a chair. Shocked by the sudden betrayal, he could only stare from Scott to Allen, appalled by the sudden turn of fortune. From the high, if desperate hopes of the day, he was suddenly smashed back into hopelessness, a prisoner, betrayed by the men that he had the most confidence in. How could they have known that he was in town? There was only one way. May must have betrayed him. She and Allen must have planned together. When he left her house, she must have gotten word to him at once. Chubb dropped into a chair and pulled one of his guns over his lap. I'd like to blast his heart out, he said sullenly. What are you fretting so about, Scott? You get the money, dead or alive. Sure, Scott said, and if you kill him, you'll lay claim to it. I wouldn't trust you across the street where that much money was concerned. Nor any of you, he chuckled, his eyes sneering at Hanley. Anyway, Levitt's top dog around here from now on, and he's the boy I do business with. I'm too old to be shoved out in the cold at this time in my life. I ain't figuring on it. I'll work with Starr, and he'll work with me. I never heard of you being so thick with him. Chubb's irritation was obvious. Scott chuckled. Who got him into this country, do you suppose? I've knowed him for years. Who told him this place was right for a smart man? I did, that's who. Hanley here, he figured on the same thing. He figured on taking over when Reynolds and Pogue were out of it. But he was leaving too much to chance. Starr, he doesn't leave anything to chance. Bitterly, Ross Hanley stared at the floor. This time he was finished. If Mabry and Bert had gone to Mays, then they would have been sold out too. He listened, straining his ears for shots, hoping at least one of them would manage to fight it out and go down with a gun in his hand. The situation was all Levitt's now. The man a front rider, and these were others that were with him. He stared at Kinney, and the young man's eyes wavered and looked away. How could he have guessed that such a man would sell him out? And Scott? Of course, the old man was admittedly an outlaw, or had been. Still, he felt very close to the old man, and liked him very much. Well, there was no chance for Sherry now, unless... His eyes narrowed with thought. What would they do with him? Would they get word out to Starr that he was a prisoner, and then smuggle him out of town to be killed? Or would they bring him out in the open with the evidence arrayed against him, and kill him trying to escape? If only there would be some break, some chance to talk with Ward Clymer or the sheriff. Of course, held as prisoner, with reward posters out and the stories that Starr and his men would tell, he would be in a very bad position before they even talked to him, for they would be prejudiced against him and everything that he might say. And what evidence had he? Starr Levitt would have had plenty. As May had told him, no one in town would testify for him against Starr. They were frightened, or they were getting on the bandwagon. He was through. Unless, and there was a vague hope that Mabry and Bert had not been captured. If they could somehow free him, and knowing the manner of men that they were, he knew that they would not hesitate to make an attempt. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. In the back room of the store, the night slid slowly by and crawled into the gray of dawn, slowly, reluctantly. The rising sun found the sky overcast, and no opening in the clouds through which it could shine down on the clustered, false-fronted frame buildings and adobes of Soledad. A lone Mexican, a burro piled twice its own height with sticks, wandered sleepily down the town's dusty street. Pat walked out of the bit and bridle and stared at the sky, and then turned and walked back within. A pump rattled somewhere, and then began a rhythmical speaking. Half asleep in his bonds, Ross Hanley heard the water gushing into a pail in spouts of sound. He stirred restlessly, and his chair creaked. He opened his eyes to see 4 pairs of eyes leveled at him. Emmett Chubb, Boyle, Alan Kinney, and Scott all sat ready and watchful. His lids fluttered and closed. Behind them his mind began to plan, to contrive. No man is so desperate as a prisoner. No man so ready to plan, to try to think his way out. If only his hands were free. In a few minutes, an hour at most, the stage would rattle down the street and halt in front of the Cattleman's Rest Hotel, and the passengers would go into the restaurant and eat. Later, they might go upstairs to sleep, and during that interval he would know his fate. He touched a tongue to dry lips. "Al," Scott said suddenly, "you take this here shotgun, and I'll throw together a few ham and eggs. I'm hungry as a hibernating bear in the springtime." Tolman, who had left earlier, returned now and stuck his head through the door. "Stage a-comin'," he said, "and Sid Perdue just blowed in." "That VV bunch in yet?" Chubb asked, without turning his head. "When Dolph Turner gets in, you tell him about this. He'll see that Levitt knows first of all." Scott was working around the stove, and soon the room was filled with the pleasant breakfast smell of frying ham and eggs, and the smell of coffee. Despite his worry, Hanny realized that he'd been hungry, and for the first time he recalled that he'd eaten nothing the night before. Emmett Chubb got up. He was a stocky, swarthy man, with a square jaw and a stubble of beard. His hair was unkempt, and when he crossed the room to splash water on his face and hands, Ross noted his worn guns had notches carved on them. 3 on one gun, 5 on the other. 8 men. "The only thing I'm sorry for," Chubb said as he dried his hands, his eyes on Hanny, "is that I didn't get a chance to shoot it out with you. In the street." His black eyes were sneering and cold. "I'd like to put you in the dust," he said. "I'd like to see you die." "Well," Hanny said dryly, "my hands are tied, so you're safe enough to try. You're a lot of yellow-backed double-crossers. You, Chubb, are a cheap murderer. You blew town fast enough after killing Vin Carter, or you've had a chance to draw on me, or run back then." Chubb walked across the room and stopped, his feet apart, in front of Hanny. Lifting his open palm, he slapped Ross 3 times across the mouth. Scott did not turn.
and Kinney shuffled his feet on the floor. "Maybe Levitt will give me the job," he said harshly. "I hope he does." The door opened suddenly, and 3 men stood there. Ross Hanley's head jerked up as he saw Levitt. Star Levitt glanced from Chubb to Scott and then indicated the men with him. "Neal and Baker, of the Rangers. They want the prisoner." Chubb stared disappointment and resentment, struggling for place in his eyes. "Here he is. Scott's been holding him." Neal bent over Hanley and cut the ropes that tied his arms. "You come with us. We're having the hearing right now." Hanley turned, and as he started toward the door, he saw Scott smiling. The old outlaw looked right into his eyes and winked, deliberately. What did that mean? Scowling, Hanley walked across the street toward the hotel. Neal glanced at him a couple of times. "You know a man named Mabry?" "Bill Mabry?" Ross turned to Neal, astonished. "Why, sure, he works for me, and a mighty good man." "When Clymer asks you questions," Neal said, "give him the information you have straight, honest, and without prejudice." Puzzled by the suggestion, Ross Hanley walked into the room and was shown to a chair. A big man with a capable, shrewd-looking face glanced at him sharply, and then went back to examining some documents on the table. Several other men trooped in, and then Sherry and Bob Vernon walked into the room. More and more astonished, Ross stared from one to the other, trying to see what must have happened. He'd never believed that Levitt would allow Clymer to confront the Vernons, or himself, if it could be avoided. Yet here they all were, and it looked like a showdown. Alan Kinney was there, and May. The pretty waitress glanced at him, and he averted his eyes. Scott had come over, and Star Levitt was one of the last to come into the room. From the dark expression on Levitt's face, he decided that it could not all be going well for the big man, and that thought cheered him. Anything that was bad news for Levitt was sure to be good news for him. Ward Clymer sat back in his chair and looked over the room, his eyes non-committal. "Now, friends," he said briskly, "this is an entirely informal hearing to try and clarify the events leading up to the battle between the Reynolds and Pogue factions, and to ascertain the guilt, if any, of those who are here with us. Also," he glanced at Hanley, "I am informed that Ross Hanley, the cattleman, is held on a charge of murder for the slaying of Curb Dahl, a cowhand from the VV. If such is the truth, and if the evidence warrants it, Ross Hanley will be taken south to the country seat for trial. In the meantime, let us examine the evidence. Mr. Levitt, will you tell us the events that preceded the fight between Reynolds and Pogue?" Star Levitt got to his feet very smoothly, very polished. He glanced around, smiled a little, and began. "It seems that before I arrived in the Ruby Hills country, there had been considerable trouble over water and range rights, with sporadic fighting between the 2 big outfits. The VV, owned by the Vernons, was not involved in this feud, although there seemed to be some desire on the part of both outfits to possess the VV holdings and water. On the day the fight started, there was some minor altercation over branding, and it led to a shooting, which quickly spread until most of the hands on both sides were involved, with the resulting deaths." "What was your part in the fight?" Clymer asked shrewdly. "None at all, sir. I saw trouble coming, and withdrew my men and got out of the way myself. After it was over, we did what we could for the wounded." "There are no witnesses present from the other outfits?" "Oh, yes. Emmett Chubb, now the town marshal, survived the fight. Also Voyle of the Box N is here, Curb Dahl of the VV, who was in the middle of things, and was later murdered by the prisoner, Ross Hanley." "Sir?" Hanley asked suddenly. Clymer's eyes shifted to him, hesitated, and then asked, "Do you have a question?" "Yes. I'd like to ask Star Levitt where his ranch holdings were." "I don't see that question has any bearing on the matter," Levitt replied coolly. It's a fair question, Clymer admitted. It may have some later bearing on it. I understand you were running cattle. Where was your headquarters? Levitt hesitated. On the VV, he said. You see, I am soon to marry Miss Vernon. Clymer glanced curiously at Hanny. Does that answer your question? Sure, it answers it for now. Only I want it plain to everybody that Star Levitt has no buildings on the range other than cattle and the use of the VV headquarters. Levitt stared at Hanny and then shrugged in a bored manner. The attorney then asked Chubb and Voyle a few questions about the killing, and through Scott, Pat, the bartender, and others brought out the facts of the long-standing feud between the Reynolds and Pogue outfits. Every story served to bolster Levitt's position. Bob Vernon answered his evidence in short, clipped sentences, and then Sherry hers. As she started to return to her chair, Hanny spoke up. Another question. Sherry, did anyone warn you away from the roundup, telling you to leave at once, that there might be trouble? She hesitated. Why, yes, Star Levitt did. I could see that some of the men were spoiling for a fight, Star said quietly. It seemed a bad place for a woman, due to the impending trouble, and the profanity attending the work of the men. May I ask a few questions? Ross asked. Mr. Clymer, Levitt interrupted, this man Hanny is a troublemaker. His questions can do no good, except to try to incriminate others and put himself in a better light. The man is a murderer. Clymer shrugged. We're here to ascertain the facts. However, the prisoner should be examined in connection with the killing of Curb Doll. What have you to say to that, Hanny? That it is impossible to divide the killing of Doll from the other sides of the case. Nor is it going to be of any use to talk of it until the events leading up to that point are made plain. Well, that's reasonable enough, Clymer said. Go ahead. Levitt's lips tightened and his nostrils flared. Voyle had walked into the back of the room with Sid Berdew, and they stood there, surveying the crowd, and with them the silent man who had been Doll's partner. I want to ask Levitt how many hands he had when he came into this country, Ross said evenly. Star was puzzled and wary. Why, not many. What difference does that make? How many? You used the VV spread. How many hands did you have? Why, one was actually all that came with me. The question puzzled Levitt and disturbed him. He couldn't see where it pointed. The one man was that short, dark man at the back of the room, wasn't it? The man called Turner? That's right. Hanny turned suddenly in his chair and fired the question at Doll's partner. Turner, what's a pig and string? What? The man looked puzzled and frightened. The question startled him, and he was irritated at being suddenly noticed. I asked what a pig and string was. I'd also like to know what a grula is. Turner turned his head from side to side, eager for a way out, but there was none. He wet his lips with his tongue and swallowed. I don't know, he said. These questions make no sense at all, Levitt said irritably. Let's get on with the murder hearing. They make sense to me, Ross replied. And then turning to Clymer, he added, You see, sir, you were raised on a cow ranch, right? So you know what a pig and string is. It's a short piece of rope used to tie a critter when it's thrown. You also know that a grula is a mouse-colored, a sort of gray, and it's applied to horses. The point I'm getting at is that Levitt came into this country with one man who wasn't a cowhand. Turner doesn't know the first thing about a ranch or about cattle. What's that got to do with it? Levitt demanded. Clymer was looking at Ross Hanley thoughtfully. He began to smile as he anticipated the reply. Why, just this, Levitt. How many cattle did you bring into this country? Hanley demanded sharply. He leaned forward. And how many have you got now? Somebody out in the room grunted, and Scott was grinning from ear to ear. The question had caught Levitt flat-footed. Clymer turned to him, his eyes bright with interest. "A good question, Mr. Levitt. On the way here, you told me that you ran 1,000 head. Where did you get them?" "That's got nothing to do with it," Levitt shouted angrily. For the first time, he was out in the open, and Ross Hanley had led him there, led him by the nose into a trap. As Hanley knew, when pushed, Levitt grew angry, and it was that he was playing for. "Mr. Clymer," Ross interrupted, "I think it has a lot to do with it. This man, claiming to be a representative rancher, admits to coming into this country with one man who wasn't a cowhand, even if he may be fairly good with a gun. No two men like that are bringing in 1,000 head of cattle into the country and branding them. But I'll show you that Levitt does have 1,000 head, or near to it, and every one of them with a worked-over brand." "That's a lie!" Levitt shouted, jumping to his feet. Ross settled back in his chair, smiling. "Now ask me about the killing of Curb Dahl," he said gently. Star Levitt sagged back in his chair, flushed and angry. He had let go of his temper, despite his burning rage. He knew he was in an ugly position, where Hanley, by his fool questions, had led him. The killing led away from cattle, so he decided to jump at the chance. Before he could speak, however, Clymer asked Hanley, "If he has the branded cattle now, who branded them?" "Curb Dahl, the man I killed on the VV, Voyle of the Box End, Tolman, who hired on after Levitt got here, and Emmett Chubb, among others." "That's absurd," Levitt said contemptuously. "Sherry, name the men that you saw talking at Thousand Springs," Ross asked quickly. The sudden question startled her, and before Levitt could catch her eye, she glanced up and replied, "Why, Dahl was there, and Voyle, Tolman, and Sidney Perdue." "What did they talk about?" Levitt was leaning forward in his chair. His eyes were upon her. Sherry glanced at him, and her eyes wavered. "Why, Her voice trailed off. "Before you answer," Ross told her, "let me tell you that you've been the victims, you and your brother, of the foulest trick ever played." Hanley turned to Clymer. "Sir, Miss Vernon was concealed near the springs and overheard some of the plotting between the men mentioned. These were the same men who altered the brands for Levitt. Through them, Levitt engineered the plan for the whole fight, forcing an issue between Reynolds and Pogue deliberately, and in the battle, killing the 2 men who opposed him in the Ruby Hills country. It will no doubt strike you that among the survivors of the battle were all the men seen by Miss Vernon at the Springs. Also," he added, "Levitt was blackmailing the Vernons, using their ranch as a storage depot and transfer point for his deals in the opium trade." End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Knocked off balance by these public revelations, Star Levitt struggled to his feet, his face ashen. The carefully planned coup was tumbling about his ears, and he, who had come into the valley as a leader in a dope ring, and planned to become the legitimate owner of a great ranch, suddenly saw the whole thing reduced to chaos. Furthermore, Ross got to his feet, the ringing sound of his voice reduced to silence, the stir in the room. "I think it is proper time to make a few points clear." Opening his shirt, he drew a leather wallet from inside, and from inside the wallet drew a handful of papers that he passed to Clymer. "Will you tell Mr. Levitt," he said, "what you have there?" Clymer glanced at them and then looked up in amazement. "Why, these are deeds!" he exclaimed, glancing from Hanley to Levitt. "These indicate that you're the owner of both Hitson Springs and the Bullhorn Ranch headquarters, including the water right. Also, there are papers that show that Hanley has filed on the Thousand Springs area." "What?" Star Levitt's fingers gripped the arms of his chair and his brow creased. Before his eyes came the whole plan that he had made. All of his planning, his actions, all were rendered perfectly futile. Who controlled the water in those 3 sources controlled the Ruby Hills, and there was no way of circumventing it. From the beginning he'd been beaten, and now he'd been made ridiculous. "I told you," Hanny said quietly, looking at Levitt, "that you had overlooked the obvious. Somehow a crook always does." "Now, sir," Ross said to Clymer, "with the cattle brands I can show you, and the evidence we can produce, I'd say that you have a strong case for robbery and murder against Star Levitt." There was a slight stir in the back of the room, and Hanny's eyes shifted. Emmett Chubb was slipping from the room to the street. As the accusation rang in the silent room, Star Levitt held himself taut. The crashing of his plans meant less to him now than the fact that he'd been shown up for a fool by the cowhand that he despised and hated. Suddenly the rage that was building within him burst into a fury that was almost madness. His face went white, his eyes glassy and staring, and letting out a choking cry, he sprang for Hanny. Warned by Sherry's scream, Ross jerked his eyes back from the vanishing Chubb and lunged from where he stood, swinging 2 jarring blows to the head. They rocked Levitt, but nothing could stop his insane rush, and Hanny gave ground before the onslaught. Levitt swung wildly with both hands, beside himself with hate and fury. But Ross lunged at him, burying a right in the bigger man's stomach, and then hooking a powerful, jarring left to the chin. Levitt staggered, and Ross, eager for the battle, bowled into him, bringing his head down on Levitt's shoulder and smashing away with both hands, in a wicked body attack. He threw the punches with all the power built into his shoulders by years of bulldogging steers and hard range work. He caught Levitt with a wicked overhand right, and battered him back into the chairs. The crowd scattered. From somewhere outside, Ross heard the sharp rap of a shot, and then another, and then quiet. His right smashed Levitt over a chair, and the big man came up with a lunge, grabbing for the chair itself. Ross rushed him, and Star tried to straighten, but Hanny clubbed him with a fist in the kidney, and the big man went to his knees. Ross stepped back panting. "Get up," he said. "Get up and take it." Levitt lunged to his feet, and Ross smashed his lips with a sweeping left, and then ripped a gash in Levitt's cheek with a right. Star tottered back, his eyes glazed. He'd straightened then, shook his head, some measure of cunning returning to him. Suddenly he turned and hurled himself through the glass of the window. Ross sprang to the window after him, and caught a fleeting glimpse of Emmett Chubb as a bullet whirled within a hair of his cheek and buried itself into the window frame. There was a clatter of horses' hooves, and then silence. Hanny's hands fell helplessly. Scott moved up beside him and handed him his guns. "Sorry I couldn't get 'em to you sooner," he said, "but you did plenty without 'em." Clymer caught his arm. "You've loyal friends, Hanny. Bert and Mabry stopped the stage outside of town. Levitt had ridden on ahead, and they took time to tell me a lot of things, and asked that I get you and the Vernons together with Levitt and withhold judgment until you had talked and I had listened. As it happens," he added, "Neil and I had both been reared on ranches where Mabry worked. We knew him for a good man, and an honest one. From the first we had doubts that all Levitt had told us was the truth. Mabry had also had a cowhide with him, and any western man could see the brand had been altered from a VV to a 3 diamonds. Ross shoved his guns into his holsters and pushed his way to Sherry, who was standing, white and still. She was near the door, waiting for him. He said gently, "Sherry, we can talk about it some other time, but I think I can make a rough guess at most of it. Why don't you go in and get some coffee? I'll join you in a minute." Mabry and Bert were waiting outside, and they had the Appaloosa. "We can chase 'em, boss," Rowley said, "but they've got quite a start." Later, I heard some shouting. "What was that?" "That was Voyle," Mabry said grimly.
He made a rush for his horse and met Rolly halfway. He made a grab for his gun, and I guess he wasn't as slick as he figured. Tolman? Roped and hogtied. He'll go south with the Rangers, and unless I miss my guess, he'll talk all the way. We've got Turner, too. Incidentally, Mabry added, don't you jump to no conclusions about Kinney and Scott. I ain't had much time to talk to Scott, but we moved down to Mays, like you said, and all three of us seen you follered to Scott's by some of Levitt's crowd. They had us way outnumbered, and Kinney came up and said if he butted in, he might keep you from getting killed. That was my idea, Scott put in. I thought I seen something in the shadows when I let you in, and I knowed I either had to get you as my prisoner, or we'd both be in a trap. Chubb would kill you sure as shootin' if he got a chance, but as my prisoner, I'd have the right to interfere. So then Levitt, Chubb, and Perdue are the only ones that got away? Ross mused. Uh-huh, Mabry agreed. And then running his fingers through his coarse red hair, he commented, that ain't good. I know that sort, and you can take my word for it, they'll be back. Yet, as the days found their way down the year, and the summer faded toward autumn, there was no further sign of the three missing men. The mornings became chill, and the sun lay bright and golden upon the long valley, and the view from the growing house on top of the mesa changed from green to green and gold, shot through with streaks of russet and deep red. The aspen leaves began to change, and sometimes in the early morning the countryside was white with the touch of frost. Rumors came occasionally to their ears. There had been a bank hold-up in Weaver. A stage had been looted and 2 men killed at Canyon Pass, and one of the 3 bandits had been recognized by a passenger as Emmett Chubb. And then the town marshal in Pie Town was shot down when he attempted to question a big, handsome man with a beard. When Sherry rode the valley, or over into the Ruby Hills, Ross Hanley was constantly at her side, and the Appaloosa and Flame became constant companions. Despite the fact that no reports came of any of the 3 men being seen nearby, Hanley was worried. Ross, Sherry said suddenly, you promised to take me to the crater in the lava beds. Why not today? He hesitated uneasily. That place has me buffaloed, he said after a while. I never go into it myself without wishing I was safely out. The way those big rocks hang over the trail scares a man. If they ever fell while we were in there, we'd never get out, never in this world. She smiled. At least we'd be together. He grinned and shoved his hat back with a quick, familiar gesture. His eyes twinkled. That sure would be something. But I'd not like to have you confined in a place like that all your life. You might get tired of me. This way, you can see a few folks once in a while, and maybe I'll wear better. But you've been there so many times, Ross, and Rolly tells me it's perfectly beautiful. I want to see the ice caves, too. Below them there was that faint rumbling and stirring within the mountain, and they exchanged a glance. I'm getting used to it now, he admitted, but when I first heard it, that rumbling gave me the chills. When we move into the house, we'll have those holes fenced off. They really are dangerous. I know. Ever since you took me down there and showed me that awful hole, I've been frightened of it. Suppose someone was trapped down there with a foot caught or something. It would be frightful. It would be the end, Ross replied grimly. When that geyser shoots up in there, it brings rocks with it that weigh 50 or 60 pounds. And they rattle around in that cave like seeds in a gourd. You wouldn't have to have a foot caught either. All you'd have to do would be to get far enough away from that mouth of the cave that you couldn't make it in a few steps. A man wouldn't have a chance. They were riding down the mesa through the slender aspens, their graceful white trunks like silent alabaster columns. The trail was carpeted with scarlet and gold of autumn leaves. Somehow it all seems like some dreadful dream, she said suddenly.
We'd been so happy, Bob and I. It was fun on the ranch, working with the men, building our own place, learning all the new things about the West. Bob loved handling the horses and working with cattle. And then, when we were the happiest, Star Levitt came out to the ranch. You can't imagine what a shock it was to us, for we'd thought all of that had been left behind and forgotten. Our brother, the oldest one of the family, had gone down to Mexico and got mixed up with a girl down there and started using dope. He'd always been Father's favorite, and we all loved him. But Ralph was always weak and easily led. Levitt got a hold of him and used his name for a front to peddle dope in the States. Father had been ill for a long time, and he has a heart condition that became steadily worse. He'd just had his two great prides, two things to live for. One was his family reputation, and the other was his children. Principally, that meant Ralph. We knew about it, but we kept it from Dad, and later, when Ralph was killed down there, we managed to keep the whole truth of the story from him. We knew the shock and the disgrace would kill him, and if by some chance he lived, he would feel the shame and disgrace, so much that his last years would be nothing but sorrow. Star told us that he needed our ranch, and it was the proper working base for him, not too far from Mexico, yet within easy reach of a number of cities. He said he wanted to use the ranch as a headquarters for 2 months, and then he would leave. If we did not consent, he threatened to expose the whole disgraceful affair and see that our father heard about it all. We were foolish, of course, but it's so hard to know just what to do, and Levitt didn't give us any time. He just started moving in, and the next thing we knew, he had his own men on the ranch, and we were almost helpless. Reynolds and Pogue were outlaws, or as bad, and we could not turn to them. There was nobody until you came. Ross nodded grimly. Don't I know it? When I started digging into the background of this country, I found less good people here than anywhere I ever knew, and all of the best folks were little people. It was after he'd been here a few weeks, Sherry continued, that he decided to say. He was shrewd enough to know that he couldn't keep on like that forever, and there was a good chance to have power, wealth, and an honest income. He saw the fighting between the Box N and the RR was his chance. The two rode on in silence, their horses' hooves making little sound on the leaf-covered trail. Suddenly, before Ross realized how they were riding, they were at the entrance to the lava bed trail. Sherry laughed mischievously. All right now, as long as we're here. Why don't we go in? We can be back before dark. You told me so yourself. He shrugged. All right. Have it your own way. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Very reluctantly, the Appaloosa turned into the narrow trail between the great black rolls of lava. Once started, there was no turning back, for until a rider was well within the great cleft itself, there was insufficient room for any turning of the horses. When they reached the deepest part of the crevice, there, in some bygone age, an earthquake or volcanic eruption had split the rim of the crater. Deep into the bedrock, Ross pointed out the great crags suspended over the trail. This place will be inaccessible someday, he told her. There will be an earthquake or some kind of jar, and those rocks will fill the cleft, so there will be no trail or place for one. From the look of them, a man might get them started with a bar or lever of some kind. I never ride in here without getting the creeps at the thought. They're just lying up there. All they need is the slightest start, and they would come roaring and tumbling down. Tilting her head back, Sherry could see what he meant, and for the first time she understood something of the fear that Ross had of this place. One enormous slab must have weighed hundreds of tons,
and it seemed to be hanging, ready to slide at the slightest touch. It was an awesome feeling to be riding down here, with no sound but the click of their horses' hooves, and to have those enormous rocks poised above them. Yet once within the crater itself, she forgot about her momentary fears in excitement over the long level of green grass, the running water, the towering cliffs, a crater that seemed to soar endlessly toward the vast blue vault of the sky. Great clouds piled up in an enormous mass in the east and north, seeming to add to their great height, the height of the cliffs themselves. It was warm and pleasant in the sunlight, and they rode along without talking, listening to the lazy sound of the running water, and watching the movements of a few remaining great red and brindle cattle that were becoming more tame due to the frequency of visits. Hanny said there must have been more than 600 down here. Probably would have been more. But there are a good many varmints around. I've seen cougars down here and heard them. Where are the ice caves? Sherry demanded. I want to see them. Rolly was telling me about the crystals. For 2 hours they rambled on foot, over the great crater, in and out of the caves. They found several where cattle and horses had been drinking. Whatever cattle they found, they started back toward the trail. Then suddenly, as they were about to leave, Sherry caught Hanny's arm. Ross! There was a sudden fear in her voice. Look! It was a boot track. Small and quite deep. Her breath caught. It might be. Rolly? Her voice was tight. Her fear was mounting. No, it wasn't Rolly. Mentally, he cursed himself for ever bringing her here. That foot is smaller than either Mabry's or Bert's. And a heavy man made it. Let's get out of here. When they were outside, he could see the pallor of her face in the last of the sunlight. He glanced at the sky, surprised at the sudden shadows, as though it was drawing on toward evening. Great gray thunderclouds loomed over the crater, piling up in the great bulging, ominous clouds. It was going to rain, and rain hard. Leading the way, he started for the horses, every sense alert and wary. Yet he saw no one. His movements started the cattle drifting again, and as they reached the horses, he told her, glancing at the sky, "You go ahead. I think I'll start the rest of the cattle out of here while I'm at it." "You can't do it alone," she protested. "I'll try. You head for home now. You'll get soaked." "Nonsense. I have my slicker and—" Her voice faded, and her eyes fastened on something beyond Ross's shoulder, widening with fear and horror. He knew instantly what it was that she saw, and for a fleeting moment he considered making his draw as he turned. But he realized the girl was directly in the line of fire. "And so, after a long time, we meet again." The voice was that of Star Levitt, but there was a strange tone in it now, less of the self-assurance, and something that sounded weirdly like madness, or something akin to it. Carefully, Ross Hanley turned, and met the eyes that told him the worst. All the neatness and glamour of the man was gone. The white hat was soiled, his shirt was dirty, his face unshaven. His eyes were still the large, magnificent eyes, but now the light of insanity was in them, and Hanny realized that the line between sanity and something less had always been finely drawn in this man. Defeat and frustration had been all that was needed to break that shadow line. "Oh, this is great," Levitt chortled. "Today we make a clean sweep. I get you, and later Sherry. And while I'm doing that, Chubb and Perdue will finish off Mabry and Bert. They're up on the mesa right now waiting for them." "On the mesa?" Hanny shrugged. "They'll never surprise the boys there." Whenever one of us has not been on the mesa all day, we're very careful. We've been watching for you, Levitt." Star smiled. "Oh, have you? But we found our own hiding place. We found a cave there, an ideal spot. And that's where they'll wait until they can catch Mabry and Bert without warning them." "A cave?" Ross repeated. Horror welled up within him, and he felt the hackles rising along his neck, and his scalp prickled at the thought. "A cave? You mean you've been in that cave on the mesa?" Levitt smiled. "Only to look, enough to know that it was an ideal hiding place. At first I planned to stay too, but then, when I saw you two leaving the mesa and heading for the lava beds, I decided that this was a better chance. Besides," he glanced at Sherry, "I want her for a while, alone. She needs to be taught a lesson." Ross Hanley stared at him. "Levitt, you're mad. That cave where those men are hiding is a death trap. If they aren't within a few feet of the opening, they won't have a chance to get out of there alive. Did you see that big black hole in the center? That's a geyser. Those men will be trapped and drowned." Levitt's smile vanished. "That's a lie, of course. But if it isn't, it won't matter. I was through with them anyway. And Mabry and Bert, they're small fry. It's the two of you that I wanted." Ross Hanley had shifted his position slightly now, and he was facing Levitt. His heart was pounding, for he knew that there was only one chance for them. He must draw, and he must take a chance on beating Levitt to the shot. He would be hit, he was almost sure, but regardless of that, he must kill Star Levitt. Wes Harden had beaten men to the shot several times when actually covered with a gun. There were others who had done it, but he was no fool. He knew how tremendously the odds weighed against him. Thunder rumbled, and a few spatters of rain fell. "Better get your slicker, Sherry," he said calmly. "You'll get wet." His eyes were riveted upon Star Levitt, and what he waited for happened. As the girl started to move, Levitt's eyes flickered for a fraction of an instant, and Ross Hanley went for his gun. Levitt's gun flamed, but he swung his eyes back and shot too fast, for the bullet ripped by Hanley's head just as Ross flipped the hammer of his gun. Once, twice, and then he walked in on the bigger man, his heart pounding. Levitt's gun flaming in his face, intent only upon getting as many shots as possible before he was killed. A bullet creased his arm and his hand dropped. Awkwardly, he fired his left-hand gun, and he knew that the shot had missed. Yet Star Levitt, his shirt dark with blood, was wilting before his eyes, his body fairly riddled with the bullets from Hanley's first, accurate shots. Ross held his gun carefully, and then fired again, and the shot ripped away the bridge of Star's nose, smashing a blue hole in his head at the corner of his eye. And yet Star wouldn't go down. The guns wavered in his hands, and then his knees slowly gave way. Some reflex action brought the guns back up. Both of them bellowed their defiance into the pouring rain. Their flames stabbed and then winked out. As the echoes of the gunfire died, there was only the rain, pouring down into the crater like a great deluge. Sherry rushed to him. "Oh, Ross, you're hurt. Did he hit you?" He turned dazedly. He didn't feel hurt. "Get into that slicker," he yelled above the roar of the rain. "We've got to get out of here. Think of those rocks and this rain and the lightning. Let's go." Fighting his way into his slicker, he saw the girl mount and then crawled into the saddle. The cattle moved when he started his horse toward them. Suddenly, he made a resolution. He was taking them out, right now. Surprisingly, the big steer that took the lead seemed head into the cleft of his own choice, or possibly because it seemed to offer partial shelter from the sweep of the rain, or perhaps because he'd seen many of his fellows go up that way in the weeks past. Waving the girl ahead of him, Ross followed into the cleft, casting scared glances aloft at the huge rocks. "Get on," he yelled. "Get going." He glanced up again as they neared the narrowest part. He grabbed a stone and hurled it at a loitering steer, and the animal sprang ahead. Sherry cast a frightened look upward, and her eyes widened with horror. Her face went stark white, as though she'd been struck. A thin trickle of stones fell, splashing into the cleft. A steer ahead stopped and bawled complainingly, and Ross grabbed a chunk of rock from the bank and hurled it, and the steer, hit hard, struggled madly to get ahead. Sherry moved suddenly, closing the gap between her horse and the nearest cattle, harrying them onward with stones and shouts. Ross looked up again, and caught in a trance, as he saw the great slab stir ponderously, almost majestically. Its table-like top inclined, and then slowly, but with gathering impetus, it began to slide. Shale and gravel rattled down the banks, and Ross touched spurs to his horse. The startled Appaloosa sprang ahead, forcing flame into the steers. That began at a trot, and then, as the two horses crowded up into the folds of lava, but out of the cleft of the crater wall, the air behind them was suddenly filled with a tremendous sound, a great roar that seemed to last forever. The rain forgotten, they sat riveted in place, listening to the sound that was closing the crater forever, leaving the body of Star Levitt as only one thing that would ever tell of human movement or habitation. Yet as they remembered what Star Levitt had said about Perdue and Emmett Chubb, they unconsciously moved faster, and once out of the lava beds, they left the cattle to shift for themselves and turned toward the Mesa Trail. There was no let-up to the rain. It roared down an increasing flood. They bowed their heads and hunched their slickers around them. The red of Flame's coat turned black with wet. Under his slicker, Ross rode with one hand on his gun, hoping for no trouble, but searching every clump of brush and every tree. Rolly Bert ran from the cabin and grabbed their horses when they swung down. "Hustle inside," he yelled, "and get dry. We've been worried as all get out." When they got inside and had their slickers off, Mabry looked up, rolling a smoke. "Bert thought he saw Chubb today. We were worried about you." "You haven't seen them?" Ross turned on him sharply. Bert came in, overhearing the question. "No, and I'm just as well satisfied." "Say," he looked up at them, "that dang geyser sure gives off some funny noises. I was over close to it when it sounded off the last time this afternoon, and I'd have sworn that I heard a human voice a-screeching. That's one reason we've been worried about you two, although Bill did say you rode off the Mesa." Sherry's face blanched, and then she turned quickly toward the inner room. Rolly stared after her. "Hey, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" "No, just forget about it, and don't ever mention that geyser again." Then Ross explained, telling all that had happened during the long wet afternoon, the end of Star Levitt, and the closing of the great cleft. Sherry came out as they finished speaking. "Ross, those poor men. I hated them. But to think of anything human being caught in that awful place." "Forget about it. They asked for it, and now it's all over. Look at that fire. It's our fire. In our own fireplace. Smell that coffee that Mabry has on. And listen to the rain. That means the grass will be growing all tall and green next year, honey. Green on our hills for our cattle." She put her hand on his shoulder, and they stood there together watching the flames dance, listening to the fire chuckling over the secrets locked in the wood, and hearing the great drops hiss out their anguish as they drowned themselves in the flames. A stick fell, and a blaze crept along it, feeling hungrily for good places to burn. From the kitchen they heard the rattle of dishes and the smell of bacon frying, and Rolly was pouring the coffee. The end of Chapter 18, and the end of The Rider of the Ruby Hills by Louis L'Amour.